Hey everybody, hope you're having a happy Wednesday. Welcome to the hang up here on the line. And what's my hang up this week? Well, creationism. I want to remind people right off the bat, the lines are currently open. If you look down below, there'll be a link to how to call in from a computer or your phone without dialing a number, but it's also 720-619-2288. And we are opening the lines specifically for creationists, people who wanted to defend creationism, intelligent design, whether you view it as creationism, intelligent design, whatever label you put on it. If you think there's some intelligent designer for the universe or life or both or whatever, the lines are open for you. We're probably not going to take many, if any, atheist calls today, unless you have a specific question for my co-host related to creationism and addressing it. Because just before we went live, YouTube fed me up a couple of clips. By the way, yes, all super chats over $10 will be read at the end of the show as well. So you can get those in with your questions or whatever you wanted to do. But when I was sitting here preparing for the show, I was finishing up some other work, and YouTube threw me a couple of videos and an algorithm. One of them was from an organization that shall not be named, and I threw a little fit for about 5 seconds and then decided to delete it because it was a distraction from today's show. Another one was a clip that's been out for a couple of months, or it's a tiny channel with like less than 2,000 subscribers, and they've got a handful of videos, and one of them is like me debating people, and it's got like 300,000 views or whatever. So you're welcome to whoever got all the views on that channel, and thank you to whoever watched the greatest hits in debating from this miserable failure. And one of the clips in there was Ray Comfort and I, and Ray was going on, creation needs a creator, and I can't do the accent. Definitely can't do it now. But creation needs a creator, and I was explaining, that a universe needs a universer. You don't get to just add an ER to the end of it. You have to demonstrate that it is, in fact, a creation before you can then go about finding out who or what the creator is. You don't just get to cheat by calling all of existence a creation and then think that you've got all your work done. There are different varieties of creationism, and they go by a number of different labels. There's kind of vague creation myths that are often more antiquated and tied to like cultural histories or just so stories. One of my favorite writers was William S. Burroughs, and while he's problematic in a number of areas, I will admit, he has a quote, and I will probably slip into a little bit of a Burroughs-esque voice accidentally just because I can't help it. But he's quoting about a creation myth, and he says, Brian Geisen had the all-purpose nuclear bedtime story. The all-purpose bedtime story, in fact, some trillions of years ago, a sloppy, dirty giant flicked grease from his finger. One of those gobs of grease is our universe on its way to the floor. Splat. And other creation myths have turtles all the way down that don't even try to explain anything. But there are creation myths that are much more specific. And while they may not be specific enough to qualify as, a proper guide to what did or didn't or might not have happened, accounts like the ones in Genesis are often cited. But how then should we view the Genesis account? And I'll be honest, when I was a kid, I loved science. I loved dinosaurs. I was taught the basics of evolution. And with no real objection from my family. Somehow or another, my family was one of the ones, we were primarily in Southern Baptist churches. And I don't think there was any attempt to reconcile anything. It was, yes, science shows that evolution happened, but God created everything just like it says. And somehow my fragile little child mind just accepted that for ages without ever challenging it, without digging in, without asking for justification, without saying, does this make sense? And quite frankly, that's what I did with most of what I was taught within Christianity. And it's because I think it's an authoritarian driven system. If the pastor says so, that's what it is. If your parents say so, That's what it is. If the people around you who are adults, who know better, who have been in this stuff for ages, say that's the way it is, that's the way it is. But you don't have to view Genesis as if it's a literal step-by-step description, even though that's how it appears. You might take some of it literally, some of it figuratively, or some of it as a mix of both. Is creation in the Genesis account literally 6 days, like 6 24-hour days? Because even if that's true, that could lead to a young Earth or an old Earth. And the young Earth needs to appear old because all of the evidence suggests that it's old. So you've got a 6-day literal creation that leads to a young Earth that looks old, but somehow or another, some folks know that it's young. Then there's a literal 6-day creation that leads to an old Earth that looks old. And by old Earth, I mean, the universe itself, not just the individual planet. Then there's the day-age creationists, where each literal day is not 24 hours, but is some massive span of time. And they will, span of time, not expanse of time, but they will point out to where the Bible would suggest that to God a year is like, or 1,000 years is like a day, etc. And so to suggest that time isn't being recorded discretely, but abstractly. And the problem is that the order of events in Genesis don't line up with the order of events as science has grown to understand it. And that's true whether you look at it as individual days, which is probably the most absurd, or even as eras. The order of events doesn't match up. Well, what about creation science? I love, Roy Zimmerman has a song. You should go watch it later. It's on YouTube. It's been there for a decade and a half or something. It's called Creation Science 101, and it's wonderful. He stands there with his guitar and sings a little ditty, about Creation Science 101. I ain't no monkey's great-grandson. And creation science has been, mercilessly mocked and ruled to be not science. And so when they decided to shift the label from creationists to intelligent design proponents, they made some mistakes in their cut and paste. And so you ended up with the famous transitional fossil of Ker-design proponentsists. What are the other options? Well, evolution is real, but God tinkered with evolution in order to create his favorite species. Something for which there's no evidence and no apparent room. Evolution doesn't need anyone or anything to tinker. We can, selective breeding, but that's not, evolution by means of natural selection. That's us doing stuff. Is that what they mean when God tinkered with evolution? There's still other creation accounts that suggest that God got it all up and running and set up all the rules of nature and then just let nature take its predetermined course. Which, while that makes their God's involvement begin to vanish as we continue to move down the list into more and more vague versions of where and when God did what, so does the power of that God diminish. And any hope of claims of prophecy or of something beyond the first generation being God's intent is bizarre, because if you let nature take its course is filled with random mutations and natural selection factors that change as well. And that's not a viable path to get from Adam to Jesus or Adam to anyone else. If your goal as the creator of the universe is to set up a system such that it will eventually produce Jesus, evolution by means of natural selection with random mutations in a dynamic world is not really a good way to go about it. And it seems preposterous to think that God could do this and not tinker. At the end of the day, though, when we have the findings of science describing the nature of things, and while we don't fully understand about the origin of life here. We do know that the building blocks of life are apparently prevalent in the universe. And we know that the process is reasonably well understood, and that the account that it gives for the diversity of life is as strong as we could hope for given the available evidence and new findings. So people are like, oh, but evolution doesn't make predictions. It absolutely can. Predictions don't have to be about a future event. It could be about how we go about finding something from the past, as was evident when we discovered Tiktaalik, which was predicted. This transitional form predicted between a couple of species in these rock layers in this location based on all the available evidence. That prediction was made. They went out and they found it. What new evidence is there for any version of creationism? What new research is happening for intelligent design, for creation science? What's next for creationists? Is it going to get increasingly more vague until it's God did it and I just hope I'll find out when I die? Because if the creation account is a mess, and that's where the Bible begins, and I'm not solely focused on Christianity, although that's where I'm at right now, is you have a creation account from some other religion, fine, we'll consider those as well. But look at the other things that take place. What about the bizarre ages of people? How old was Methuselah? 969 years. How does that get explained? And you hear creationists try to give accounts of these things that somehow or another the earth was in a more pure state because of a firmament, which also we have good reason to think that there isn't and could never have been something like a firmament. What about the genetic explosion that takes place and has to occur after Noah's family of 8 and their boat full of creatures has to then spread and repopulate the world really quickly, like incredibly rapidly, like faster than anything any creationist has ever mocked about evolution, there not being enough time. That's the most rapid evolution I could imagine. But that story may or may not be literal as well. I have an unrelated William S. Burroughs quote that I might do during Super Chats later, just because I love this quote about death. But the last Burroughs quote that I'm going to give is this one. When he was asked for advice, he gave a list of different bits of advice, some of which is really bad, but all of which were amusing. And he said, if you're doing business with a religious son of a bitch, get it in writing. His word isn't worth shit, not with the good Lord telling him how to fuck you on the deal. And on that note, if you have thoughts about creationism, if you think you have a way to defend it, if you have a version of creationism that we haven't heard, if you think that science supports your notion about an intelligent being creating everything, you need to call in. We've got callers lining up right now, but tonight's guest is Erica Gits Gibbons. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm well, I got my work done and I've been excited. You can ask Arden. I've been like, I get to do the show with Erica. We're going to get to do creationism stuff. And so hopefully we get some good calls.
Oh my gosh, fingers crossed. I'm so curious. I want to ask you, because I loved the introduction to the topic. And I want to know, I want to inquire, what's your favorite type of creationism to engage with? What's the one that just tickles your fancy?
Well, if it's not a chance, like if I have a chance to hear some new weird creation myth that I've never considered before, that always intrigues me. But I think the one that tickles me the most is, since I don't know what my version of creationism was, it just in my head somehow went unchallenged. Anytime I hear a creationist present something that I know I would have thought and agreed with when I was a believer, that's the one that tickles me, because I have this desperate need to figure out what went wrong in my head that might be going wrong in theirs, or if they're right and it makes sense, what the hell happened to me where I didn't get it? And so those are the ones that tickle me the most.
Yeah. Sweet. I hope we get some tonight. I don't know. I'm always optimistic when I'm on with you and when I'm on with Forrest, because usually the creationists come out of the woodwork for that. but I don't know. Sometimes they're not brave enough. So fingers crossed that they'll actually call in and, pitch us their idea.
Well, which version of creationism do you like to actually engage with most? Is it where you can come back with hard science, or is it one that make you think laterally on, more broader philosophical topics?
If I may sort of toot my own horn here, it has been so long since I've actually heard a new creationist argument, since I've heard an argument from a creationist that I haven't heard before at all in any sense. So it does make me, I find it thrilling to hear something new. But at the same time, what I find most delightful is when people come in and for these kinds of conversations, they come in with a trope that I've heard a million times, and they come in almost like smugly and confidently with it, and I kind of get to crack my knuckles and be like, okay, like let's dig into this. The classic tropes that have been going on since George McCurdy Price in the 1920s, up through Frank Marsh, up through Whitcomb and Morris, through Duane Gish, that holds all the way up until Ken Ham is saying it on his blog last week. Those are the ones that I like because there's a history there. And I find it amusing because a lot of the creations that I talk to, they don't actually know their own history, right? So they were talking about creation science earlier, and it's like that switch that creation science did when it became intelligent design, right? That was done specifically because of Edwards versus Aguillard, right? Like that was
Right.
a move that was in media res. It's like of Pandas and People, that famous C design proponentists transitional fossil that we learned about in Kitzmiller versus Dover. I mean, that thing had 2 prior drafts in the early 80s, and then Edwards comes through and they're like, we need to shift, and we need to shift now. Because if we can't teach creationism in schools, well, we might as well try to teach it as something a little bit more nebulous. We have to make it more scientific. Which they failed at consistently. And if you're out there and you're a creationist and you're like, I don't think that creationism fails in a scientific sense, let me assure you, it does. And I want to walk you through why. Call in and explain to Matt and I, if you feel that that's an overstep, why are we wrong, right? Tell us why creationism works.
Plus, this is one of those opportunities, of all the hosts on the line, Promise is my favorite. She's just the best person. I mean, and I say that knowing that my partner is back there producing, and is easily the most awesome of all of us that are working. But when you're on with me, I don't have to do any work. If we can get Creationists to call in, because I've debated this stuff a lot and I can hold my own, but mostly because most people don't have any good understanding of it. And because I've spent time going through incredible resources that I like to recommend, like if you go to talkorigins.org, there is an index list of creationist claims that was put together by Mark Isaac and a bunch of others, and scientists go in and add, and you can search for any trope, any claim. They're categorized, they are numbered. It is, and I won't say it's perfect, but holy crap, I don't know why anybody would need much of anything else to search and rebut creationist claims. And so I can, make do with that. I can be like, hey, one of my favorites, which I cite all the time, is the Genesis. It's CH 800 Day Age Creationism that says the creation account in Genesis 1 lists 10 major events in this order: 1, a beginning; 2, a primitive earth in darkness and enshrouded in heavy gases and water; 3, light; 4, an expanse or atmosphere; 5, large areas of dry land; 6, land plants; 7, sun, moon, and stars discernible in the expanse, and seasons begin; 8, sea monsters and flying creatures; 9, wild and tame beasts and mammals; and 10, man. And their claim is the odds of getting that order correct by chance is 1 in 3,628,800. Let me tell you, creationists love to spew out numbers and odds, whether they're right or not, whether they've been calculated right or not, and whether or not they are relevant or not, because no matter how unlikely something is, at least in this case, we know this has happened. But they've gone through and cataloged this because the real order is a beginning, and then light, and then the sun and stars, and then a primitive earth, moon, and atmosphere, and then dry land, and then sea creatures, and then land plants, and then land creatures, and more plants and sea creatures, then flying creatures and insects and more plants, and then mammals and more land and sea animals, insects, and plants. Then the first birds, then the first fruiting plants, which is what Genesis talks about, and more land and sea and flying creatures, and then man and more of other things is in at number 13. And that is not the order that Genesis holds, whether you're looking at literal days or eras in there. And so I'm trying to find out, because we've got one theist caller, and they're not calling about creationism. So I'm going to go ahead and put them through to see if maybe we can spark some other creationist callers in here in a little bit. But Chris from Idaho is calling, pronouns are him, wants to know our thoughts on evil. How are you, Chris? You're alive with Matt and Erica.
I'm good. How are you guys? I've called in a few times, Matt. You probably recognize my voice. How are you?
I can just see that you've called before, although it's been a while.
Right.
But yeah, I take too many calls to recognize voices. But how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, all right.
So
what's up?
Good. Yeah, so, well, I know you guys are talking about creationism, and I think that there's more tangible things to observe in our current reality that gives us enough evidence to the existence of God. And I think one of the strongest is the prevalence of evil. And, in my opinion...
Wait a minute. Hang on.
Go ahead.
Chris, yep. Chris, I hear a turn signal. Are you driving?
Yeah, but I've got a headset on.
Nope. So I'm going to put you in the queue. Call me back when you're not driving. It is unethical and immoral. It might be evil for us to put on people who are actually driving. So find a place to pull over. I'll check back in with you later. And by the way, if you're listening to this, we'll want to know, what do you mean by evil and the prevalence of evil, and how is the existence of what you describe evil in any way tangible evidence or anything other than that evil, including a God? That's kind of where I would be going. But there's an atheist caller here for Erica. So Arpy, pronouns they, them, calling from Colorado with a question for Erica about homophobia in nature. Hey, Arpy.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Arpy.
Hi. Long time, first time. Yeah. So, my question is, what can you tell me about homophobia in nature?
Homophobia in nature. I get a lot of questions about homosexuality in nature. And usually, obviously, my answer for that is that it's ubiquitous, especially in social animals like mammals, for example, because mammals are social critters. And one of the ways in which we bond is using sexuality. And that goes in virtually every direction. You find it in bison, you find it in lions, you find it in giraffes, you find it in just about every primate. But homophobia, I've actually never been asked about. I would imagine that there are... Yeah, I would imagine there are specific organisms within populations that would not want to be around males or females that are trying to mate with them, along their same sex. But as far as discriminating against members of their group because they exhibit homosexual behavior, I'm not aware of any instance of that outside of humans, really. Certainly there are animals that exhibit behaviors that are, I get it, you risk anthropomorphization whenever you talk about this kind of stuff, but that will have, behaviors that they don't like to see in other members of their group and will, lash out or engage in punishment behavior because of that. But I'm unaware of that ever happening with homosexuality. I would think that in order to do that, you would have to have some kind of social mores or taboo against it, which is something that we know is so variable even in human societies that I would suspect even if it existed, it wouldn't be a species-specific thing. It would be a population-specific thing. You know what I mean?
Okay. So in more just developed groups?
Yeah, it would not even more developed groups. It would be a part of sociality that shows up just like any other social proclivities, positive and negative, do. What's interesting about that is that homosexuality is ubiquitous and homophobia is rare, right? And if anything, I think that's obviously like a point in favor of everything else to our detriment.
Is it possible that it's tied to? I'm reluctant to. I'm always reluctant to use words like higher thinking, higher that, because people will talk about higher powers, but the cognitive abilities of humans compared to all of our other, great ape cousins is significant, and yet we see a sense of fairness in great apes, in and outside of that too. I mean, we see that in birds. I don't know. I don't know of too many animals. I have a zoo in my house, 20 species of snakes, 11 species of lizards right now, and several species of mammals. And we see fighting, we see cannibalism, we see homosexuality, we see, for example, I don't have any, but whiptail lizards and other things like that are basically lesbian lizards. They reproduce, without males all the time. But then there's other species that might engage in homosexual acts one day and then turn around and mate with someone who's not of the same sex. And yet it seems to me that the thing that we label homophobia is not just, I'm not attracted to you and I don't want you to be attracted to me. It is an offense or an affront that you don't fit into the way I think the world works, and so I will therefore punish you for that. And so in other primates and stuff where you see the sense of fairness, it's about what I should have got. You got grapes and I got seeds, or the various examples that are there. I don't know what, maybe you can't be homophobic until you're smart enough to conceptualize and put yourself in the intentional stance to imagine what somebody else is going through, to know that you want to make them go through something bad. Like punishing them alleviates your own anxiety. I don't know.
I mean, even then, it would have to be like it's a very specific type of social punishment, isn't it? And it's something that really exists only if there's a taboo or a moray against being homosexual within a group of people, right? Because we have societies all through space and all through time that are totally chill with being gay and totally not chill with being gay. And in organisms, there's punishment. I mean, you were just talking about fairness, Matt, but we also have punishment. There's a classic example of vervet monkeys where, vervet monkeys have a call that's like, oh my God, there's a predator. And then everybody shoots up into the trees. Well, young adolescents, usually males, have realized that if you do an alarm call, everybody goes up into the trees and you can use that to your advantage. So sometimes when they find like choice feeding bushes, they'll make the alarm call and everybody, including high-ranking males and females, shoot to the tops of the trees. And the adolescent knows there's no real predator. And so he hangs out down on the ground and gets all the best berries or nuts or whatever to himself. And if he does this enough times, if he cries wolf enough times, the higher ranking individuals will beat the crap out of him because they're like, we know you're bullshitting us, right? I mean, it's punishment for violating a rule within their group. Now, of course, a rule like that actually has negative consequences for other group members, where something like homosexuality may be unique in the sense that you're punishing someone for something that doesn't even impact you in any shape, form, or fashion. So, I'm wondering if maybe it has something to do with that. And because I can't think of any examples off the top of my head. Of course, that's just an elaboration on punishment behavior and violating group norms. So it's a difference in degree rather than a difference in kind. But it's still kind of an odd thing to do. And I think you almost have to have a specific amount of individuals in your group, along with customs and traditions set in place that you can sort of argue someone else has violated before you can see something like homophobia really take root.
Okay, so would you say it's fair to say that homophobia is an unnatural phenomenon?
I would say it's unnatural in the sense, like, there's an irony there, right? Because it's unnatural only if humans are a part of the natural, apart from the natural world. Like, us being a part of the natural world would mean that everything we do is also natural. But in the sense that, is homophobia, like, eminently rare in the animal kingdom? Yes, I would say so, right? I mean, someone might argue like, oh, like let's say you have a male in lions and he tries to, mount another male or engage in affectionate, seduction behavior with another male, and then the other male gets mad. Like, that's not homophobia. Females do that to other females and also to males too, right? Like, they don't have a specific direction in which they do it, and it's not because it's homosexual. It's because they don't feel like having sex, right? Like, that's how it usually goes. So yeah, I think you could get away with saying it is much rarer than homosexuality itself.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's
Thank
about
you.
all I had. So
Awesome. Thanks, Arpy.
yeah, thanks. Have a good one.
Have
Bye.
a good night. It's funny because, when you talk about, this is another example. By the way, Creationists, the phone lines are still open for you. We're not taking any additional atheist callers. There's one on hold that we'll get to. But other than that, the phone lines are completely open for you. If you have any version of creationism that you think you can justify, if you think we've managed to get the science wrong, whatever, put Erica to work. Give me the night off.
Please, and while we're at it, call about Noah's Ark. I want to hear about why you think Noah's Ark happened. I want to hear about like how you think evolution doesn't work, how you think creationism does work, how you think Noah's Ark happened. Tell me all about how the patriarchs lived to be hundreds of years old. Like, I want to hear all of your scientific validations of statements in the Old Testament that you take literally. Please, please. That's why we're here.
There's a frustrating thing that happens not only with the I mentioned before, the creationist propensity to cite the odds, as if something being unlikely shows that it didn't happen. I mean, it's like, oh, I got Delta Royal Flush, you must have cheated. Well, we know that it can happen without cheating. Maybe I cheated, maybe I didn't. But the other thing is, there's a doggy. So not just citing numbers. I completely forgot where I was going. I completely lost track of everything I was getting ready to say.
You were doing probabilities and how weird and dumb it is to have like probabilities as like an argument when things that are rare happen all the time.
Yeah, and it's just the case that the creationists are going to be oddly specific in things that are irrelevant and very vague in things that would be relevant. Like, how do you explain what is a firmament and how does it work? What is the process by which, since most of them, I don't know any creationists who deny that we have genes and that genes are the way we propagate the next generation, and that children are pretty similar to their parents, and the basics of, like, for example, I mentioned all the animals we breed them. And because of that, over the last 4 years, I've become not as knowledgeable as you or Forrest or anybody who knows what the hell they're talking about, but I can give lectures on genetics and incomplete dominant traits and dominant traits, codominant traits, recessive traits, and then allelic combinations and going through stuff. And I can talk about it within, ball pythons and hognose snakes and all kinds of stuff. What is the creationist explanation for how you can have this robust genetic model of combining genes and producing offspring that clearly will lead to differences? What is the mechanism that keeps that from being too different? Is it just not enough time? Because this rapid deployment of creatures after Noah's Ark that's like super evolution right there.
Yeah. Well, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Because they need the fewest amount of, they call their units created kinds, or their baramins, right? And so they'll say, oh, it's some microevolution. Nah, dog, you're talking about speciation into modern biodiversity in 4,400 years at a rate that puts anything evolution has ever been, ever proposed to shame. And this has been argued since Frank Marsh, and the famous Theodosius Dobzhansky was like, that shit's crazy. But it's weird because they don't have a means, and this is something that I've harped on so much on my channel, and I've yet to hear an answer for it. They don't have a way to define their created kinds, right? How do you tell the difference between similarity in the genome that God created by common design, or similarity that is due to common ancestry? And likewise, how do you tell whether differences in the genomes between organisms are because they share a common ancestor, because they're in the same created kind, or because they're separate created kinds? I mean, they will happily, till the cows come home, sit there and tell you that, of course, lions and tigers are related. They're both cats. Of course, African and Asian elephants are related. They're both elephants. Of course, rats and mice are related. They're both rodents. But then the second you bring humans and chimps into it, who are more genomically similar in the coding base pairs and in the non-coding regions, all of a sudden genetics means nothing, and actually that's just due to common design. Right? And you'll say, okay, well, setting aside the weird theology of humans being so similar to chimpanzees, right? So similar that chimps actually call humans their closest living relative, as well as us calling them our closest living relative. We're more similar to each other than either of us is to a gorilla. So that's awfully convenient and odd to sort of explain. But in addition to that, genetics can't tell you what your kinds are then. Because if humans and chimps are different when they're 99% similar at the coding base pair region, 95, 96, looking at the whole thing, and lions and tigers are less than that in both categories, and so are rats and mice, and so are African and Asian elephants, you can't use genetics to delineate the kinds, or humans and chimps are the same kind. Like full stop, period. And they can't have that. They just can't allow it. And so then they'll sit there and they say, well, actually it's not genetic similarity, it's the ability to interbreed, because humans and chimps can't produce viable offspring. And it's like, okay, well, what about a lion and a house cat? You're going to tell me that those two are the same kind. They can't reproduce. They can't produce viable offspring. Neither can a fox and a wolf, and yet they'll tell you those are both the dog kind. No. Actually, it's the physical characteristics of organisms. And then you're like, okay, so we're just doing what Linnaeus did in the 1700s. And also that doesn't work because everything, and then you've got, a different kind for every species, and they won't fit on the damn boat, Nat. You can't fit them all on the damn boat, which is a constraining factor that they have. All the kinds have to make it on the boat, and they have to diversify afterwards. It's just a rock and a hard place, and they can't tell you what it is. What the answer
their version of, out to air quotes, evolution, creationism, is not only more rapid than any scientist is advocating for any of the versions over the years of trying to understand this, but also their version has you constantly evolving out of a clade, which is the exact opposite of what we know to be true, even though, in that case, we're talking about how we are classifying things. And this is a point of repeated confusion for me, because I don't work in the field at all. And Forrest and I have had, 73 conversations on this, mostly surrounding reptiles. And then we love listening to Clint from Clint's Reptiles. And I'm baffled at Clint's wonderful. I love you, Clint. I don't understand how you're a Mormon, but I also don't understand how Dan McClellan's a Mormon. Genuinely, I don't understand how people who seem to understand the basics of things still are part of, various religions, but that's fine. I fully acknowledge Clint's awesome. As a matter of fact, we have a new species this week because we had been planning to get them, and we didn't find any at NARBC Dallas, the North American Reptile Breeder Conference. And then Clint did a video on them last week, and I was like,
Clint, he's so cool.
I was like, the price of this, so it's the Kenyan zebra skinks. And he talked about them in relation to emerald tree skinks, which we already have and are awesome, and blue tongue skinks, which we don't have but had been considering. And zebra skinks were really high on our list. And then Clint did a video on them, and I immediately went and bought one because I expect the price on them to climb up just based on his recommendation. Because if you go on Morph Market, there's only like 5 of them, And so all of a sudden the price is going to go from $100 to $400 while people are starting to build up breeding populations like we are. But our little zebra skink is super cute. Like, it's ridiculous.
I think a skink is so cute.
I got into all this because I love snakes. I never thought I'd be as keen on lizards and other stuff. But learning more and more about this, it just becomes clear that creationists have evolved to be missing a leg to stand on. We've got some theist scholars here.
Yeah, it's a weird deal. We can get into that later. I have some ideas on the adaptive benefits of creationism for them within their own little group. But let's listen. Let's hear from our callers.
Well, this one's not a creationist call, but Shitubi is calling from California. Pronouns are it's, and wants to tell us why we haven't discovered God. So, hey, Shitubi, why haven't we discovered God?
It's Shitubi. The reason I haven't
Shitubi,
discovered God is all right. I wanted to share this scripture with you, since I know you're familiar with the Bible. You were a Christian for a long time. Here it is, Matthew 11:27, and I'll just go ahead and read it. And this is Jesus talking. He says, "All things have been delivered unto me of my Father, and no one knoweth the Son save the Father, neither doth any know the Father save the Son, and he to whomsoever the Son willeth to reveal him."
Okay.
And so therefore, what I would like to say is that the reason you don't believe in God, or that God hasn't been revealed to you, is because he just doesn't want you. He just doesn't want to reveal himself to you.
Okay. How do you know that's true?
Because it's been revealed to me, like the scripture says.
How was it revealed to you?
Through revelation, through
Well, I'm wondering.
Let me say it like this.
Hang on.
Sure.
Hang on. You're saying it's been revealed to you, but I don't know what something being revealed to you has to do with how you know it's true. So you can say God doesn't want to reveal himself to you, and okay, cool story, bro. But how do you know that's true? And simply saying it's been revealed to me, you might as well say I got a secret decoder ring and you don't. That does me no good.
Well, yeah, of course it doesn't do you any good. The same way that the color of the sky has been revealed to you, however it's been revealed to you, this has been revealed to me through the sun, which I just showed you a scripture showing that.
You quoted a scripture that I'm plenty familiar with. I'm asking you, how do we know that the scripture is true?
Yeah. So I don't know who we is, but I know it's true because the sun revealed it to me. You don't know it.
All of
us.
I'm saying, no, I'm not going to let you finish because I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking you a specific question. No, you are avoiding the answer. If you would get to the answer more quickly, if you would get to the answer, you wouldn't need to tell me that you were getting to the answer. And so the question once again is, I've read the scripture. Okay, interrupt me one more time. See how this goes for you. I've read the scripture. I'm asking you, how can we, Erica and myself, know that scripture is true?
Okay. You can't, because the son don't give a fuck about you, Matt.
Cool. And I don't give a fuck about him. And if his followers
then stop the show.
No, I don't need to stop the show, because if his followers...
then you're a dumbass hypocrite. You're a fool. You're a fucking clown.
You want to throw any other things in there?
No, I think that suffices.
Are you a representative of Jesus Christ? Are you showing us Christ's love right now?
Sure am.
Cool. So I'd like to make a plea out there for all the other Christians out there to call in and let us know if Shitubi, is that right? Shitubi is being a good representative of Christ by calling in to quote scripture, say God doesn't want to reveal himself to us, despite the fact that, are you familiar with the scripture that says God will reveal himself to anybody who asks? Are you familiar with that one?
No, I'm not familiar with it. Maybe you can give it to me.
Of course not, because you don't know the Bible half as good as you'd like to pretend you do, and you are cherry picking. And you are cherry picking out of convenience while you are being an absolute nightmare. You are the worst representative of Christianity.
I'll address it. Give me the scripture. I'll address it.
No, you don't know the scripture? Why don't you go Google?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What's what you thought?
That you're a fucking clown. You're up here to satisfy your little feelings inside your stomach, your little disgusting perverted feelings that doesn't know God, that doesn't care to know God, that has no love inside them, that's really full of shit. You're here to tickle your own belly, pick out your belly button and feel good about yourself. That's what you're up here doing. You're not up here doing anything genuine. You're full of shit.
So you seem to recognize that I used to be a Christian. And now all you're doing is calling me names and saying a bunch of stuff instead of
That's not
actually
all I'm doing.
defending.
It's just part of it.
No, it's all you're doing. You're doing nothing to defend your belief. You're doing nothing to defend your belief. You're doing nothing to actually defend the scriptures, and you are misrepresenting
Actually,
the
you're
Bible.
not even having a real conversation. I asked you to give me the scripture so I can address it.
I'm sorry, it's not my job to do your fucking homework for you. Tune into the last show.
No, it's your job to be a fucking man.
Oh, wait a minute. I muted you. Let me unmute you. I need you to tell me what being a fucking man is, because this is important. Well, what is it? I unmuted you.
Okay. Sure. Being
I need you to tell me.
Is being. Sure.
Yeah, I need you to tell me what being a man is.
Sure, being genuine.
I am genuine. Can you prove I'm not being genuine?
Yeah, you asked me about a scripture. I asked you what the scripture was so I can address it properly. And all you have to do, you don't know the scripture. I do know the scripture. Just because I don't remember the entire fucking book doesn't mean I don't know the scripture, Matt.
You don't know it.
Don't you think that if you came onto this show tonight to tell us that the way that God reveals himself to you is through divine revelation, right? That you should also be aware of any and all verses about how God reveals himself to
I don't
people
think that.
He does not want to reveal himself to? Why not?
No, I don't think that.
Why not? Does the subject not matter enough to
Because
know?
It makes no sense. What you said made absolutely no sense. Ask your logical friend over there if it made sense.
If it makes sense that there's a scripture that God says he's going to reveal himself to people?
That's not what you just said.
Yeah, I'm asking you why you're not like well versed enough in this particular subject. You called in to talk about how God.
That's why. Because I don't need to be well versed enough to know every scripture that Matt Dillahunty is going to throw at me when I call him and call his ass out for being fake. I don't need to know every scripture that he might bring up.
Are you familiar with 1 Peter 3:15?
Let me just quickly Google it. It'll only take a few seconds.
You don't need to Google it. I can quote it to you. 1 Peter 3:15 instructs you to be prepared at all times to give a reason for the faith that is within you. So when you say you don't need to know the verses that I'm talking about, you're a liar who doesn't know the Bible, because the Bible instructs you to be prepared for this, which means you should have known Jeremiah 29:13 says that if you seek me, you will find me. You have no clue. You have no clue what you're talking about, and then you come in here and yes, you can say, I'm just going to mute you. I'll unmute you when I'm done talking, when I'm done toying with you like a chew toy, because you're a fraud. You're either not a sincere Christian, I have no idea, or you're a terrible representative of Christianity. I was a better Christian than you when I was a Christian, and I'm probably a better Christian than you now because I know the Bible better than you. I know the instructions, and I could give a better defense of this than you did. I just don't. I could defend Christianity better than you could ever hope to, and you're just calling in to spew venom about how God doesn't want to reveal himself to me, and you know this because you got the secret decoder ring. Well, when you know something about Christianity or the Bible, call me back, okay? But until then, you can piss off. Cool?
Oh.
Yeah, whine all you want, buddy. I was waiting for instructions on how to be a man.
I kind of wanted to hear that too. I was curious about, like, just for future reference, like, so I can share with all of my friends and family. I wanted to know how one is a man. I think he was mostly just trying to be a dipshit. To be perfectly honest, I think he just wanted to try to piss you off.
It's not going to work because I'm in a good mood this evening, and Erica's here to do all the heavy lifting on anything. I mean, I wouldn't have had to say a word, and you would have still got owned. I just want you to know that. But the frustrating thing to me is, for the Christians out there, we don't think that caller necessarily represents anyone other than that caller. I don't know for sure what they sincerely believe. I don't think they represent most Christians. I think most Christians would do a slightly better job than that. of saying, actually most Christians would probably say, God has revealed himself to you. You've just hardened your heart, Matt, and God has given you over to a reprobate mind. And that way they're quoting several verses rather than picking a verse from Matthew that really isn't relevant while ignoring the ones in First Peter and Jeremiah. It's incredibly frustrating to those callers who want to say that I'm fake, that I know this shit better than they ever will, and I'm not even an expert. I'm not even close to an expert. I have no degrees in any of it. You know why I know it better than you? Because I'm not a poser, because I'm not doing this for my own amusement. It's because I was a Christian who set out to do what I was instructed to do by God as I thought, which is to be prepared to give a defense for it. And what I found is that my reasons for believing don't justify belief. And that forced me to give it up. And there's no way that I'm saying, ooh, I can disprove it or it's false or whatever. It depends very much on what you're saying. But when you call in and act as if, oh, I'm just here doing what I don't know what, and I'm not a real man. All you did was betray everything about you. It's 100% projection. And yes, I sit here in my sin and perversity and evil desires, smugly dismissing you as literally the dumbest caller of the night so far. It's just wild.
Maybe,
let's see if we can top this.
We can hope. But that's the bar's pretty high for goofiest call thus far.
Well, here we go. Let's reset the slate entirely. Derek is calling from Ohio, no preferred pronouns, believes that Adam and Eve were the first people created. So Derek, welcome. You're on the show with Erica.
Yes.
Thank you.
Derek,
hello, Erica.
Hi,
Hello.
Derek. I want to hear all about your hypothesis here. Tell me what you think and tell me why you think it.
Okay. I believe in the Genesis account of how the world, came to be and how Adam and Eve were the first people on Earth.
Okay. So, I could ask a couple of questions here about, how that your interpretation of Genesis is the correct one, but that's not really my forte. So instead, I'm going to go ahead and take it down the route that I know pretty well, which is if Adam and Eve were the first people created, what kind of people were they? Were they Homo sapiens? Were they Neanderthals? Were they Denisovans? Were they Homo erectus? What kind of hominin were they?
Adam was a man and Eve was a woman.
So you're going with currently anatomically modern humans, like the kind of guy that you'd see on the subway or the kind of gal that you'd see at Walmart, yeah?
Yeah, a man and a woman, yes.
So then what would you make of the fossil record, right, that shows the slow emergence of human characteristics from more basal or primitive ape characteristics, like over about 7 million years?
I think that's a lie.
Okay, why? What part about it is a lie?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why I believe it's a lie. One of them is language.
Language how? Like that humans speak language and other animals don't?
No, if we came from evolution, how did we learn to speak?
What, like make words or like language itself? Like speech or like language? Because those are two different things.
Like talking.
Right, but other animals, right, like even your dog or a bird can vocalize and make a sound with their mouth that you can hear, and those sounds mean something to other members of their group. So when I say, what makes language different?
I guess because, a baby, right? You have to teach a baby to speak, right? So,
do you have to teach a dog how to bark?
No.
Right. So if a baby gets raised, right, by a human, it will learn how to speak the language that, is around the people that it's around, right? But babies in isolation can still learn how to communicate. It's innate to our species. They can use gestures, they can use agreed upon vocalizations that they acquire because it gets results, right? Like, is when a baby cries, a mom knows to feed that baby, right? But they didn't agree that that's the meaning. No one taught that baby how to cry. Babies cry and they know that that gets them what they want because they try it and it works. What language is it's mutually agreed upon meanings that are coupled with vocalizations, right? And what makes language in humans unique compared to other living animals has been in the past proposed to be that humans have vocabulary and we have grammar. But we actually find grammar, or what's called proto-syntax, in chimpanzees, and we find it in Campbell's monkeys, and we find vocabulary in a myriad of different other primate species and non-primate species. So if language, at least in its most basic form, isn't unique to people, and I will add here that not every human uses language in the sense of like a spoken language. Some people use American ASL, right? Like, so, or ASL, which is American Sign Language, or other types of sign language, which are languages all the same, even though they're not spoken. Yeah, precisely. So, it's not a necessary component to be able to actually vocalize to make that speech for it to be a language. Communication can be complicated, and it exists in more animals than just humans. So if complex communication exists in humans and exists in chimpanzees and it exists in Campbell's monkeys, why exactly is it impossible for language to evolve? What part can't evolution do?
Well, I just go back to the baby thing, because you gotta teach a baby to speak words, and I feel like if you kept a baby away from people who talk, like that baby wouldn't be able to speak. I don't know.
Well,
So
can
is it okay if
I have two quick questions. One is, I'm confused because you're saying that if you kept that baby away from other people who could speak, it wouldn't learn to speak. And I would agree that, it's probably not going to start speaking English or Spanish or anything like that. But Erica, correct me if I'm wrong, but babies actually have different cries that mean different things. How is that not already a form of language that we then just refine into the various kind of spoken languages? Where's the stumbling block here, Derek?
Honestly, I think I should have thought about this more before I actually called in.
That's completely fair. And you become the best caller of the day. Think about it some more. And if you have other questions or other ideas on this, call us back, even if it's 10 minutes from now or 10 years from now.
Okay, am I welcome to call back anytime? Can I call every show? Is that possible? Or I don't want to be like a nuisance, like a bother.
Derek, if there's a show on, until we say otherwise, you're welcome to call in. And if we're having productive calls, you'll always be welcome to call in. If you get to be a nuisance or we make no headway, I'm sure whoever's on will, especially if it's me, be happy to let you know.
Okay, and I promise to think about the things I want to talk about before I actually call in.
Yep, no worries.
Totally.
That
Totally
way
good.
we'll have a productive conversation about it, My thoughts
I
are all
agree.
over the place right now.
I want you specifically to call back next time I'm on, because I want to have this conversation with you, because I have a long train that we could go down talking about Adam and Eve and human evolution and all that kind of stuff. I love that. So call back next time I'm on.
Yes, and that's why I like calling into the show, because I don't feel like I'm in my own echo chamber, because most of the people I talk to about this stuff believe everything that I believe. So it's nice to hear a different perspective and get questions that I haven't been asked before, and to really make me think about stuff.
Good for you, dude.
And
That's
really
awesome.
Awesome. Thanks, Derek. I'm gonna let you go now, but I appreciate it, and we look forward to hearing from you again in the future. What's funny is in the Genesis account, Adam names all of the creatures. Now, I don't know from a creationist perspective how many creatures there were to name, but I always wondered, what names did he give them? Like, for example, I have in the other room, dwarf green mountain horn dragons, but the Latin name is Acanthosaura lepidogaster. Did Adam name them Acanthosaurus lepidogaster? Well, no, because Latin came about much after. So what did Adam name them? And if we don't know, what fucking difference could it possibly make to tell me that Adam gave them a name that we don't know?
I can't even begin to get into the minutia of that, right? I mean, that's like the conversation that people were having, like, oh, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Like, did Adam have a belly button? Like, all of these. I mean, they're fun, thought-provoking questions, I suppose. But it's like, at the end of the day, what are we supposed to do with that? Like, where do we go with that? Are we just going to sit there and navel gaze for a while, I guess?
It's a little like telling me that you got the secret decoder ring that tells you what God thinks. Oh, I know that Adam named all the animals. Do you now? How would you ever demonstrate that that's true, or what he named them, or that we got it wrong, or which animals there were for him to name? When we already know that there's no good reason to believe anything about that particular story is true. But we do have other callers.
To your point, though, I want to tell you something interesting. I think you'll think this is interesting, because you were mentioning that babies have these innate calls, right? They understand that specific types of cries will get them specific types of things. What's really interesting is this paper that came out a couple of years ago that chimpanzees and bonobos, they're both like sort of types of chimps, they're both panins. The types of gestures that they use, right, overlap with the types of gestures that babies use to get the same thing by about 90%. So, for instance, a baby can go like this, and you know that a baby means give me what you have. And a chimpanzee can go like this, and you know that the chimpanzee is saying give me what you have. Right? Then no one has to teach them this. This is a gestural basis, because we have the last common ancestor between the two of us was also a gesturally based animal, was a critter that communicated a lot with gestures, because we got these hands that we can use to communicate with each other.
Which also, I mean, and this is not definitely not going to be beating up on Eric, but we've all seen universally a baby, reaching out like that. And the thing is, it doesn't matter what verbal language the parents have. This is ubiquitous and probably has been all the way back into our ancestors, as you're talking about. If we this notion of having to teach babies language, I'm in a really wonderful position in the sense that I can't have kids, and my brother couldn't have kids, but my brother adopted my niece and nephew, and they're hot buttered awesome. But they are also Korean. And so had they stayed where they were born, they would not be speaking English, but now they're speaking English. So there's nothing about the differences in culture that dictate, oh, this person can only learn this. And yet when we look in and study, we find that specifics of language, if they aren't learned by a certain age, can be entirely lost. Differences in inflection that you just can't hear anymore. And the same thing exists for colors that you can't see anymore, that are because you weren't raised in a particular color that had a name for them and distinguished them. And all of that feeds into how you view and understand the world. And if, there's so many wonderful problems to dig in and solve and explore. And we're sitting here fighting against the individuals that want to say, no. God created us all the way that we are. Adam named everybody, and we just don't remember those names.
Yeah, I mean, the basics of language exist in monkeys, not even other apes, but like old world monkeys, like types of baboons and guinins and these guys that you wouldn't really think are that complicated mentally. And they have communication vocalization systems that follow human linguistic laws of efficiency that we recognize. And that suggests that it's like when you're communicating with vocalization or with gestures, right? There's a common way to do that and an efficient way to do that that's going to be selected for. And it's been in existence in all social primates, since our last common ancestor with all cercopithecoids like 30 million years ago, with the hominoid common ancestor with cercopithecoids about 30 million years ago. And interesting point with your kid thing. You know the mirror test, Matt, how it's like, that's how you test if an animal can, has a sense of self. Kids that grow up in rural areas regularly fail the mirror test because they don't see mirrors. So it's like part of where you're from influences even your sense of self. Lab chimpanzees and macaques can pass the mirror test regularly, but scientists disagreed for a long time as to whether or not they were passing it because they saw their reflections and were able to they just made that connection more often, as compared to the failure rate in wild chimpanzees. And then when they compared that to human children, it's like rural children, the second they start getting familiar with their reflection, right, they start to pass it almost immediately. But the very first time, they're like, what the hell is that? Because it's a completely foreign entity. It takes them a while playing around to pass it.
See, and I haven't heard this, and now my brain is on fire and having a problem with this, because how would you know that all humans would fail it the first time? Like, it would make sense to me that everybody would fail the mirror test the first time. And so the question for a mirror test, from my limited understanding, would be, how many interactions with a mirror would it take before someone understands a mirror? That would be a much better test than I'm not going to knock somebody's methodology, but the fact that rural kids fail it at the beginning, how long from the time you first see a mirror until you figure out it's a reflection? Do we have good data on what that time span is? Because that's more important than you failed it.
Nope, not to my knowledge. And it's very, it's an important question to ask, because I'm sure everybody out there has heard many times that people will say, X animal fails the mirror test, therefore it doesn't have a sense of self. But it's like, because of this, would they actually, if they were raised around reflections, like if reflections were ubiquitous in their environment, like they were around shimmering pools all the time, or they were around windows and screens and things like that, would they always fail it? So to your point, this is a reason why, if you dig into the methodology and like what people are saying about the mirror test right now, and this controversy has been around for the past probably like decade or so, some people don't think it's actually a very good method to tell whether or not an animal has a sense of self, like whether or not it recognizes itself as an entity, as a theory of mind, in a theory of mind kind of sense.
Yeah. We already know that it takes kids a certain amount of time to develop a theory of mind and to understand the intentional stance of what would this other person know, and is the cookie still under the cup or did it vanish? It's there's so many intriguing things about our psychology and what goes into it and how we understand ourselves. Wow. All right.
Have you read The Righteous Mind? Because that goes into the ways that kids have to learn how to behave socially as well. Like, they don't learn social norms right off the bat and have to do so by trial and error too. It's really cool.
I have added it to the reading list just this second. All right.
Really good.
Let's see if Chris has pulled over. Hey, Chris, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Have you pulled over?
And I have, yeah.
Sweet. So let's talk about evil.
Yeah. Let's do it.
What is it?
Yeah, so, well, I think it's something tangible that's being, in my opinion, it's coming from, okay, so anything that we observe in the natural world is obviously it's manifesting from something else, right? Like on a micro level, so I think the same goes for evil. I think that it's being manifested from something but I think it's more of a spiritual essence. It's coming from that.
Chris, I asked what evil was, and you're telling me where you think it comes from. I want to know what is it that you're calling evil, like an example and how you're defining it.
Well, I think that it's anything that is not in alignment with the core teachings of God. And I think that we can all agree upon that with the morality thing, that Jesus spoke about.
So hang on.
Love thy neighbor.
Chris, I have no idea. I have no idea what the core teachings of God are, nor do I know how anybody else knows what the core teachings of God are. But if you define evil as anything that is not in alignment with the core teachings of God, then it would seem that we have no good definition of evil until we have a good understanding of what the core teachings of God are. So how do we know those things?
Well, okay, maybe I said that incorrectly. So when I say evil, I think I think evil is, let's see, like it's an exaggerated manifestation of being out of alignment with in the light of God. That's what I think. I think it's almost like somebody that goes so far beyond any of their moral values that they're so depraved. And because evil it's not just bad, it's like you're depraved.
Yeah, I don't. I'm gonna
hand it over to a depraved mind.
I'm going to pause for a second, Chris, because that's an answer to some question, but it's definitely not an answer to the question I asked. All you did was restate that you're defining evil as an exaggerated manifestation of being out of alignment with God. Okay, how do you know whether or not you're in alignment with God?
Well, I think it's pretty easy actually, because it's like when you're okay, so like we could even look at things in the current reality, like people are drawn to like these law of attractions and like, hey, if I focus on the good things in life, and which align with what God talked about, or what I don't know the specific verse,
Chris,
but
I think we're
talking about what it.
Chris,
go ahead.
I think we're completely missing each other. I don't need anything about the law of attraction. I'm asking, how can I tell?
That as an example.
But it's a useless example, Chris. That's my point. How can I tell whether or not? Yes. How can I tell whether or not I am out of alignment with God? Because I'm not aware that there is a God to be aligned with. Yeah. I'm not aware that anybody knows what is or isn't aligned with God. I know that a lot of people think they do, but I'm waiting for someone to demonstrate how I can tell whether or not I'm in alignment with God, and why I should care whether or not I'm in alignment with God is a separate question. But you said it was pretty easy to tell if you're in alignment with God.
I do.
So tell us. Tell us.
I think it is. Okay, so
tell us.
Kind of going back. Okay, hold on one second. I just heard an example. Is it Rebecca? I'm sorry, I'm calling you the wrong name. But she was.
Or you mean me, Chris? Erica. Okay.
Erica, sorry, Erica. So you were referencing how a baby communicates, right? Like there's an innate within that baby. It's like, hey, to let them know, to let my mother know that I'm hungry, I have to make this type of sound. I feel like the same thing goes for being in alignment with God. Like if you're not doing what's right and not focusing on the things that are right, your spirit is out of alignment with God. I think it's more of a general, it's not like a concrete, but it's like, you understand what I'm, maybe not,
Chris,
making this clear.
I feel like you're going with sort of a vibes-based argument, right? Like so you're kind of appealing to intuition here, right? You're like, well, when something happens, we assess whether it's evil or good or somewhere in between by how we feel about it. Would that be an accurate way of characterizing your perspective here?
Yeah, because I mean, I would say that I go based on feel quite a bit. Like in my personal life, it's like I'm a feeling-oriented person, so it's like, but yeah, kind of like an intuition thing. I think everybody has that innate intuition of like, hey, I'm doing the right thing right now. I'm not doing the right thing. I don't think it's as complicated as what most atheists are trying to portray it as. I think it's more.
And yet you've given me no answer at all other than you go by feel. So here, is it possible that what's God's take on being gay?
Well, what I would say to that is, I know you guys were making some references earlier regarding the homosexual. I would just say that however we're constructed physically, it's like in our head, it's like obviously this goes here. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's.
No, I don't. And I don't think you do either. I keep asking question after question and you keep giving non-answers. Is being gay evil?
Well, because I feel like you're trying to put me in a
Is
situation.
being gay evil? Why is it I keep asking questions and you keep ignoring them and laughing and shit?
Because you're using the wrong word, Matt.
I'm going to keep fucking saying it until you answer. Is being gay evil? Yes or no?
It's not in alignment with God. Correct. I'm just going to say that. I'm not going to say evil. I'm going to say it's not in alignment.
So you're going to lie because you're going to lie to me because you defined evil as being not in alignment with God. And when I asked you if being gay was evil, you say it's not in alignment with God, but I'm not going to say it's evil. That's dishonest. Is your dishonesty evil?
Okay. Well, I also tried to go back.
I'm sorry.
And say, hey,
that was a question. That was a question. I'm going to mute you. That was a question as well. Is your dishonesty evil or not?
Because you're trying to put words in my mouth, man. I'm not going to.
Chris, no, Chris. I'm asking you questions which you are failing to answer. You have a vibes-based sense of things because you have been indoctrinated to think that you know the mind of God. Well, you don't. I'm asking you how you know the mind of God, and you are giving me nothing. And so I'm quizzing you on how well you know the mind of God and whether or not being gay is evil, which you wouldn't say it was evil, but you did say that it wasn't in alignment with God, which is how you defined evil. You have done a tap dance, and now when I'm forcing you to give clarity so that maybe we can have some sort of productive conversation, you are now accusing me of trying to put words in your mouth, which is a fucking lie. So for the last time, is your lying evil or not?
Okay. So, Matt, okay, this is what you're doing. You're trying to...
Okay, I'm going to mute you again. And when I unmute you, you're going to answer my question or I will hang up on you. Is your lying evil or not? Go ahead.
Okay, so you don't hang up on me?
Nope, too late. What a waste, Chris. What an absolute waste. You called in. No, go ahead.
No, please. I definitely don't want to interrupt what you're about to say because I'm eager to hear.
You called in with an interesting topic, which is how do we explain evil? And my questions were basically, how do you define evil? Well, you defined evil as that which is inconsistent with the nature of God, essentially. You're not in alignment with God. Okay. And so my question then becomes, how do we tell whether or not we're in alignment with God? And your answer seems to be, well, you just know it. You just know it like a baby knows that crying is what tells its mother it's hungry. Except a baby doesn't know that. A baby instinctively cries and learns which cries get which sort of treatment. It's a process. Babies aren't instantly knowing what their mother is going to do. And the proof of that is they will cry whether there's a mother to hear them or not. They will cry and that gets reinforced. So you don't know the basics of that, but that's fine. That's a weird little thing in psychology. Very, very few people are probably going to dig in on, but you called in to talk about evil. And my questions were straightforward. How do I tell whether or not I'm in alignment with God? Well, you just know it, like a baby knows to cry. Well, I don't. Unlike you, I've spent a great deal of time studying philosophy. I'm not an expert. And the questions that I ask are tuned to find out, how do we figure out what the answer to this is? Because if you're just calling in to say, I think I understand God and anything not in alignment with the God that I think I understand is evil, then I have an answer for you, Chris. I have an explanation for evil. You're making it up. If you are saying, I have a view of God and anything that doesn't match my view of God is evil, how do you explain that? My answer is, you are making it up. Until you can demonstrate that you are in fact understand what is in alignment with God and that what you're objecting to as evil is things that are not in alignment with God, my only answer is you are making it up, because every other believer out there is going to disagree with you on something related to what you guys are calling evil. So y'all get together Figure out what your explanation is and how you can demonstrate it, and then call back when you're not fucking driving and when you're not trying to avoid answering the question that you called in to discuss. I didn't ask you anything tricky. I didn't try to put words in your mouth. You lied. You tried to avoid the actual consequences of the definitions that you gave. I didn't force you to any definition. You gave a definition, and then when I asked you about something, you became a coward who did not want to say that being gay is evil, but you wanted to strongly suggest it was while not having to use the word. Well, I'm sorry, Chris, but we're grown-ups here, and we're going to call a spade and a lie, and we're going to use the actual words. All right.
I feel like, too, if you've been watching the show for long enough, you know what to not do to get under Matt's skin, right? And like trying to beat around the bush. I've been around here long enough to know that that's like the fastest way to call on the carpet, right? Like, you know, be genuine and own what you believe, and then let's talk through that. I think that that's going to be the most productive kind of conversation that we can have here. And
it would have been much better to just say, I don't know. Because,
yeah,
I mean, that's a big problem. I mean, if you say, I think evil is anything not in alignment with God, and I say, how do we tell if we're in alignment with God? And you say, I don't know. Well, now we have to have a discussion about, could we possibly know anything, you know, along those lines? Are we just stuck? But they're prevented from saying that, from admitting that they don't know, because if they don't know, then the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah. Yes. 100%. I mean, you see that in many, many different branches of apologetics, right? Where like just the idea of not having a concrete answer that is immutable, which is why I think a lot of, you know, I mean, we're talking about creationism tonight, right? But this is why so many of them are uncomfortable with science, because it's provisional and they hate that more than anything. But I was kind of looking forward to, I wanted to get to the part where we talked about like how morality and understanding what evil is, there's similarities across all of human cultures, but there are also major differences depending on where and when you're asking the question. So, but we didn't get to it, so whatever.
I had a theist caller that was calling in about creationism, and I was just getting ready to click talk, and they hung up or got dropped.
Oh, no.
This is wild.
No, I'm seeing the call too. Or I saw it moments ago. Shoot, call back.
All right. Well, this is a follow-up to the last one. Shauna's a theist with no preferred pronouns that like to talk about evil outside of God. So, hey, Shauna, how are you?
Hi, good. Thanks. How are you?
Frustrated. Help me out.
I'm so sorry. Who am I talking to right now?
Is it Matt and Erica?
Hi, Shauna.
Oh, hi. I must be behind on the timing. I'm so sorry about that. My screen must be a little delayed. I'm like, I don't see it on the TV. So my apologies for that. So I just happened to tune in. I was telling the screener to hear the tail end of the last conversation with the gentleman that you were talking to that you hung up on. And I thought it was kind of, for lack of better terms, divine timing that I happened to tune in because I have just gotten off the phone with my mom, of all people. And we were having a little conversation about like something that's going on and, you know, her little area of life with one of her friends and like maybe what she perceived to be evil. My mom is a Catholic. And I was explaining to her, because I don't agree with Catholicism or organized religion, you know, overall, generally speaking. And I was explaining to her kind of my thought process on evil as peacefully as possible. And I think she was getting it. And then I just happened to tune into what you were saying. And I kind of just wanted to pick your brain, both of you, on what you would think about what I'm saying. And I'm certainly not a theologian. I don't have any, you know, degrees in theology or anything even close to that, but certainly something that I think about often and would just like to hear, you know, as far as evil, you're saying, does it, you know, it's basically perception is what I got from the tail end of that conversation I just heard. He was perceiving what he thought to be evil based on the God he created in his mind, is the way that I took that, right? And everyone kind of does that. Perception is reality. Evil exists to each person individually, what they perceive to be evil. But I guess my question is, does evil exist outside of God? Isn't there, to me, like a frequency that's always there, and it's what you're tuning into?
Okay, you had me. Right up until you said something about a frequency that's always there that you're tuning into, because I don't know what that means. For me, evil is a descriptor that we put on events and behaviors. We evaluate the consequences of actions with respect to some goal or idea, or sorry, not idea, ideal. Evil does not exist at all as a thing qua thing. And so I was with you right up until you suggested there was a frequency that we're tuning into or something. So
the analogy I guess I would use in regards to that, and I'll tell you how I came to this conclusion. I'm sure many other people did in their own regard, but this is what happened personally for me. I was driving in a car years ago, probably, I don't even know, like 12 or 13 years ago, with my husband, and we were kind of, talking about all just the whole, like, what people believe and all this stuff, like how things happen. And we just happened to kind of start talking about radio stations. It sounds a little out there, but, stay with me. So, like, radio stations are playing right now. We're, here using internet and electronic devices to talk, right? And at the same time, there's, radio stations playing different, musical channels or whatnot, and we don't hear them. We're not tuned into them, but they're still playing for those who choose to tune into them. And it's not that that's a reality that people create on their own that they choose to believe in. It's actually happening, right? Those radio stations are playing, but we're not choosing to tune into it. I don't hear any music playing right now, but someone driving down the street, down the road from my house might be listening to a song that could be playing if I chose to tune into it. Does that make sense?
I'm with you, Shauna, but I think, for me, that kind of thing, right? Like, it has happened before that there have been, forces at work in our world, in the natural world, that we didn't used to be able to perceive. And then we figured out how to perceive them, radiation and like a Geiger counter, right? For lack of a better example. I would imagine that if there is something like a frequency that evil, not literally a frequency, but I'm using your analogy here, right? Like, if there's a force or whatever that is evil that we're tuning into, there should be some means by which we can perceive it, like using something other than just our senses, right? And I am unaware of any evil detector that someone has like invented or anything along those lines. Like, it doesn't seem to have any impact on the physical world. Are you sort of proposing that evil is something that we could eventually like measure or something like that? Or are you saying it's more of like, so like a dualist, like more of like a dualist perspective, right? Where it's like a spiritual thing that we're picking up on and we'll never really be able to comprehend it outside of how we perceive it with our senses and with our minds.
You presented that really well. Thank you for that. I feel like today, at least, because this could change tomorrow, I'm kind of in the middle, like it's a scientific viewpoint, right? And hopefully, of course, you want proof, a numeric way to measure, of course, but we're not in, that ability at this point anyways. But like on that note, from what you said, for instance, not the same, but like an EMF reader, for instance, right? Like they sell them on Amazon. You can read energy levels of different things, not evil, obviously, but something along those lines. Maybe in the future, who knows?
So what I would say to that, and just my thoughts are quite quick, and then I'll pass it over to Matt.
You're good.
My thinking on that is kind of like, I could be on board with something like, being out there that we just simply can't detect. There's no doubt in my mind that there are things and, forces at play in the universe that are physical forces, like radiation, that we haven't figured out how to pick up on using our current kinds of technology, that we'll eventually figure out how to pick up. But all of those forces are physical, right? In the sense that they exist in the natural world and you can make predictions about them, you can measure them, you can experiment with them, and so on and so forth. I can't think of an example of anything, like, for lack of a better term, like emotional or cognitive, like evil or good, like these sort of esoteric descriptor things that Matt was getting at earlier. Like, evil isn't something that you really see or feel or touch. It's something that we use it to describe things that happen in the world around us, usually things that cause harm, right? So evil is generally the descriptor that we apply to like maximally harmful things that impact people. And I think that if you wanted to appeal to this idea that we'll eventually be able to measure evil, you'll have to point to some other kind of force that is, a descriptor like that, like evil or good, that we didn't used to be able to pick up, that we then have gone on and figured out how to pick it up. Does that make sense? Because it didn't really make sense.
It makes really good sense. No, it does. It makes good sense. And thank you for that. And as you were talking, something, clicked in my mind. of something that happened here recently, or somewhat recently, in Florida that was in the news, and probably all over the nation at different points, day to day, I'm sure, unfortunately. But there was a local teacher, unfortunately, that was arrested, or I shouldn't say unfortunately, very fortunately, I should say, actually. But unfortunate that he was a teacher, but he was arrested for,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying.
I can
Unfortunate things,
imagine.
and it was to a family member, no less. And it was posted in
Not a
one of the
drag
local
queen.
groups. What's that?
Never
I'm
never
sorry.
drag.
The phrase "not a drag queen" is what I use every time someone who's not a drag queen assaults a child. And it's usually a family member or a preacher or something like that. So I like to remind people that while drag queens are coming under fire, they're not the ones doing the damage. But continue. I'm sorry.
Ding, 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 ding. Yes, and I was not familiar with that term that you used. My apologies, but yes. So you hit the nail on the head, actually, Matt. On it's pretty cliche, unfortunately. Yes, he was a teacher. He was or is, I should say, because I researched him. That's what I do. I like to research and kind of get into the nitty gritty of things, obviously. And yes, a graduated theologian and unfortunately a family member. So you hit all points here. And it's something, it's like, so here is this guy who hasn't yet, had his trial, but I'm certainly going to hopefully see him behind bars and can't wait. But in the meantime, here he is on social media, like posting things, because I had to look it up, like that he, justice will be served. And the online groups were posting literally the police reports, and I'm not going to get into the details of facts, sickening facts, like it's indisputable. And he is resonating in this, God is protecting me, whatever he feels. I can't speak on that behalf, but I'm assuming, right? And then it's like, isn't that actually evil? How can anyone say that is not evil?
Well, what you're doing there, and I'm in agreement, is still using evil as a label for how we evaluate something. It's not that evil is a thing. It's not like he tapped into evil and took a chunk of evil and used that to do this. Evil's a descriptor. There's a difference between synthetic truths and analytic truths, where synthetic truths are true because of some fact in the world, and analytic truths are true by definition. And when you're trying to categorize something like evil, as far as I can tell, it's an abstract concept. It is a descriptor, like bad. Is bad a thing? How about good? Is good a thing? How about better? If bad and good are things, are better and worse things? Because those are relative comparisons of other situations. And so saying I'm hungry, I'm envious, I hate something, all of those things are descriptors of things that I'm feeling. When we use good, bad, and evil, etc., we are looking at a situation and saying, this is something that we are and should be opposed to. This is something that is in conflict with a better world, with a world where people are free and, to not be assaulted, et cetera, and things like that. So what he did is described as and rightly called evil by virtually any standard that anybody's going to come up with. And yet that still doesn't make evil a thing or a frequency that you could tune into.
Well, to use the word frequency, I mean, it is, I don't know, I'm just stuck on the ability of some people to tap into or whatever. It exists in the church, obviously, and it certainly exists outside of the church. So it's there.
I don't think it exists at all. But good things happen. There are things that happen that are good and beneficial, and there are things that happen that are terrible. Some of these things happen naturally, like a rainbow or a hurricane. Some of them are the results of actors like us, and that could be giving someone money or helping them out of a problem or physically assaulting them. It is the consequences of those actions with respect to our goals that allow us to say that is evil. That is inconsistent with this. The caller before was saying that evil is whatever is inconsistent with God. I have no idea what is or isn't consistent with God. But what I call evil.
So everyone creates their own God, right? And I'm sorry to interrupt, but like each religion has its own God, essentially. Even the people that don't believe in God necessarily have their own ideas about what's good and evil. So essentially that's a form of a God that they've created, making themselves God, essentially, right? So there is some type of middle line, no matter who you are.
So I don't know. I guess I'll pop in with my perspective on this. I think that when we're talking about something like evil, I come at this from an evolutionary perspective because that's where my brain always goes. Like, why is it that the things that most people consider evil are things that harm us fitness-wise, that directly harm us, or are conspecifics, like rape or murder or killing babies or whatever, things like that. Like, these are things that resonate across cultures, across people groups. And things that are less bad are usually not considered to be evil. So, to me, our morality, the core tenets of our morality that we have, and moralities exist to some degree in other organisms, right? We call it a proto-morality, but I don't think that. I think that that's just because we like to say that to make ourselves feel better. But
so
I think that,
give me an example, because that makes good sense to me. But give me an example, because I can't think of one offhand, like with other organisms.
Okay, so a really positive example of morality existing in other animals was an example that I gave Matt earlier, where in other primates, if there is a behavior that benefits one individual, right, usually that individual is going to do it a lot in order to kind of take advantage of others. So the example that I gave to Matt is that in young vervet monkeys, this type of like little mischievous monkey, they've realized that if you make the call for a predator, all of the other monkeys will run, right, because they don't want to get eaten by the predator. And then that leaves the choice food resources available for you to take for yourself. And so these young vervet monkeys will give these false calls all the time to get everybody to leave so that they can have access to the choice resources. But the other vervet monkeys very quickly realize that they're crying wolf, and they will beat the crap out of the vervet monkey who's crying wolf because you don't lie to your group mates. That's something that's dangerous, and so they sort of teach them how.
That's a primal instinct for eating, right? So does that fall under the same umbrella? To me, it doesn't.
It's not. Well, it has nothing to do with eating. There's a sense of fairness and a sense of mores with the group of, how dare you send all of us up with a threat? You're crying wolf. And if you keep crying wolf, when there's no wolf, we're going to beat the shit out of you because we view that as evil. That is inconsistent with our values that define what we determine as good.
But I think there's perception there. Maybe I'm off base and misunderstanding. If so, my apologies. But the monkeys in this example, and I guess other examples, they're doing it for self-survival, for survival of the fittest, for eating, for, their manhood, essentially, or womanhood, depending. So isn't that really what it boils down to?
Right, but what I would say to that is that's what everything boils down to. Like every behavior that exists in a human, right, can be traced back to an elaboration on these themes that are honed because they benefit us survival-wise. They benefit our fitness or our ability to reproduce. So, for instance, you can think of little slights that happen to you over the course of the day, or something heinous, like you were talking about, like the assault of a child. All of these things impact our ability to cohere with one another socially, which leads to and has always led to the risk and potential destruction of the group and of the individuals that make it up, right? So every behavior, I would argue, that we have is either the same thing as what other animals are doing, and in the sense that we hate being lied to because it means that we don't get, like, if you were talking about the same situation with those vervet monkeys, but instead of vervet monkeys, it's a bunch of teenage boys who are sneaking candy out of the pantry, and one calls and says that a parent is coming, and so the rest of them leave, and then there's no parent, so he gets first choice on the candy bars or whatever, right? It's not necessarily about survival, but it's about boosting your own position in a hierarchy and increasing, mentally speaking, your chances of getting the best stuff, right? It's an elaboration on that.
Yeah, so there's like physical survival, like scientific survival, right? And then the perception of each person's survival. Certain people perceive things to be needed for their survival based on, perhaps their genetic makeup or, life encounters, and maybe a combination of both. But to me, anyways, there is a difference between a scientific physical need versus a perceived need.
So give me an example of something that would be a perceived need, not a physical need that exists in humans and in nothing else.
Well, what just like made me think about that was your example of like the teenagers, grabbing snacks. Like that's not a physical need necessarily. They're not starving. They're going to grab snacks. That's a perceived need.
Right, but other apes, other monkeys, cetaceans like whales and dolphins, proboscideans, elephants, corvids, which are birds, like all of these guys will engage in this same schemy political behavior, such as lying to one another to get themselves a leg up, even for something as mundane as getting first choice at the fruits that they're being provisioned with, in the case of chimpanzees, right? Like that behavior exists in them as
my
well.
mind just went, my mind, I'm just saying, like, as it comes, as you're talking, because you're jogging all these thoughts in me, like, and this is probably totally off, like, base and actually sounds kind of sick to say, but these people that do, like, to backtrack, not to focus on this, but since I use it as an example, these heinous things, like maybe in their minds, they're thinking that this is an actual physical need for survival based on whatever genetic makeup or whatever, backwardness they have in their minds. But maybe, so if you're like, essentially these teenagers are thinking it's okay to go grab snacks, and these heinous people that are doing these crimes, like evil is evil from one person to the next. Like, I don't know. I can't find the middle ground. It's difficult for me.
Even in those situations, though, like we find examples of, this happens all the time in primates, right? So males can be infanticidal in many different primates, which is when they'll try to kill the offspring of a female because they know the offspring isn't theirs and they want to increase their opportunity at fathering the next child. But females form tightly knit matrilines, or groups of related females who all look out for each other, especially in species that are dimorphic, because one little female baboon versus a big male baboon is going to lose the fight every time. But 5 female baboons versus 1 male baboon, and the male is getting bodied. So sometimes males will try to kill the offspring of a female, and females together can fend him off, right? So even the females that the child doesn't belong to will join in to help protect the child from being killed by an unrelated male. And, from an evolutionary perspective, you might say, well, that's because they're related. It's a selfish gene thing. And to that, I would say, I agree. But I would also point out that humans also favor our kin over non-kin members all the time. It's nepotism to the highest degree. We do it in mundane ways, and we do it in complicated survival ways, too. But we've observed other primates. And this is one of my favorite, anecdotes about chimpanzees. We've observed them putting their lives on the line for other members of their group that they're not even related to. Francois Wall tells the story about a chimpanzee named Washoe who, walked across 2 electric fences to rescue a non-related infant, or not an infant, but a juvenile chimpanzee from drowning because chimps can't swim. So she didn't have anything to gain by doing that. So why'd she do it? And she did it because chimpanzees, like humans, are social creatures, and we don't like to see other members of our group, suffering or in pain, and it feels good to help them. And also, in the back of our minds, we're thinking, this is the right thing to do. This is what members of our group do, and when you do the thing that's good for the group, you get rewarded by other members of the group. Like, all of this mental calculus goes into play when we do pro-social behaviors. And so it's like, I struggle to see, if chimpanzees exhibit altruism, and if they scheme, and if they politic, right? And if they do so for mundane reasons, and if for survival reasons, like, where are humans set apart in this ability to detect evil? And where does evil come into play for humans alone, where it is not reflexive in other species? Because, my mind, just as a last note here, goes immediately to, like, what's the most evil thing a human can do? Probably genocide. That's probably one of the most evil things a human can do, is genocide a whole additional group. Chimpanzees do that. They will systematically wipe out groups that are adjacent to them for no other reason other than the fact that they're an adjacent group. They're not part of our group. We want their territory. We want their females. And so we'll kill them. And the way that they kill them is monstrous. They don't even kill them quickly like you would expect an animal, a non-human animal, to do. They'll rip off fingers and gouge out eyes and tear off testicles and all sorts of nasty things that are unfortunately very familiar to humans treating other humans who we consider enemies. And at the same time, chimpanzees and bonobos will also risk their lives for unrelated conspecifics if they feel, if they have that opportunity to do so sometimes, especially youngsters. So it's like, we see immense evil, as you would describe it. I'm using it as a descriptor here for heinous mass acts of harm in humans and we see it in other animals, and we also see immense acts of compassion in humans and we see it in other animals. So, to me, there's sort of the two conversations that we're having here. The first one is evil a tangible thing that we can one day detect? That's the first question. And, my answer to that was I already kind of gave you, which is that it's like, if it is, then I'm going to need to see us detect some other kind of emotions related force using an empirical means first before I'm won over to the idea that we can detect any of them and that any of them are discrete real entities. And then that second question is, are humans the only ones, if this stream existed, that could detect it? And I would argue that the answer to that is wholly no, on the basis that I can't think of any behaviors, as I said earlier, that exist in humans that do not exist in other animals to any degree.
Everything you said makes very good sense. So thank you for that explanation. I really appreciate it. To kind of piggyback off what you were saying with like the good and the evil and, deciphering and like being able to read the evil, I guess something that jumps into my mind as you were saying that is like, I can't think of an example necessarily offhand about the evil part of it, but the good part that you mentioned. So we don't have like a definitive way to decipher, okay, numerically speaking, here are the numbers, here's the balance sheet of how, good and evil add up. But there are examples, to me anyways, of, scientific evidence of the good in, let's say, like plants and water, like scientific studies where they show, that all of the organisms respond to positive reinforcement, even like water in plants, like the owner walks through the front door.
You have bought into some pseudoscience nonsense. None of that is true.
So I have done a lot of research on this, probably not nearly as much as you, but from what I've been able to determine, it seems to be true. So I guess what would like your takeaway 3 sentences be on why it's not true?
It's never been demonstrated to be real. It is pseudoscience. I don't know what you've researched or what you think counts as research, but the notion that that you're going to this thing about tapping into good as if good is a thing. The only thing it takes for evil is to convince people that it's not evil.
So do you think intention is part of good and evil? Like, is there any intention that, to me, it's about intention. How do you feel about that?
As I said before, I'm evaluating the consequences of actions with respect to a goal, and that is how I determine whether something is good or bad. And if, in fact, there is intent to do harm, yes, I would count that as evil, but I'm not a big fan of saying that that's necessarily what's required for evil. But you're talking about scientific studies showing that plants have something to do with good. Cite your sources.
No, that's not what I said. Not that plants have anything to do with good. Not at all. Actually, plants can have a lot to do with bad. Like, for the example, if they're not taken care of.
How? So this is the wow. I'm just going to stop because on 2 or 3 occasions I was really close to explaining something and you interrupt me, but you don't interrupt Erica, and I don't have the patience right now to dig in on why the pseudoscience of fuzzy frequency good and evil with respect to plants is bullshit. So I'll just stop.
I think for me, Shauna,
that noted.
I think for me, Shauna, that, I feel good when I see plants that are well taken care of, and I feel bad when I see plants that are poorly taken care of. But I don't think that's me tapping into, a stream of goodness or a stream of evilness. I think that's because when I see plants that are...
And I guess yeah. Oh, sorry.
You interrupt Erica just as much, too.
Elaborate on what you mean, then, because maybe I'm the one misunderstanding here. What empirical... tell me, you said you've done some research on this. Walk me through that. The research that supports this point that you're making is, I think I'm a little unclear on the support for it and also the point itself.
Yeah, so I would have to bring up the documents to read through it because I'm far from a scientist, obviously. But my takeaway from the research was that, as an example, scientists, meaning they, were able to read some type of numeric frequency from plants, an example of the plant owners, humans. And by the way, I'm not a plant owner. I'm not some weird plant girl. I don't even have any plants because I kill them. So is that evil, right? But anyways, supposedly the scientists were able to read some type of change in a numeric frequency with the plants, with their humans walking into the door and like talking to them on the other side of a wall. Sounds crazy, right? But supposedly there is scientific research. Now I know that's, relative, of course, any type of research can be affirmed or disputed, but to me it resonated. So I understand what Matt's saying, that, maybe it's not true and there's things that I don't know that prove it to not be true.
Nothing about that had anything to do with good or evil.
We were talking about good versus bad. That's kind of what got me on that subject. So maybe I lily pad on to another subject.
You just talked about scientists investigating how plants respond to the presence of humans. That is not even in the fucking ballpark of what you said before that I objected to.
Well, it is, Matt, though, because if a plant, if that's true, that part is we don't know if it's true, but if a plant responds well to a human, that could be considered good.
Your opinion is noted. I'm sick of you interrupting me. It's laugh all you want, Shauna. You're the one that's embarrassing yourself here, because we can rewind and find out that what you said then is that I objected to is not what you're saying now. That's what my objection is.
All I'm saying is that I don't know, and I was actually just looking for some feedback, but I understand that you're responding at an angry frequency.
Oh my God. Okay, here's a completely calm frequency. You're full of pseudoscientific bullshit and you're being dishonest. You said something else earlier about science investigating plants with respect to good and evil. We can all rewind it and find out exactly what it was. That is completely different from evaluating how and if plants respond to the presence of humans. And in its early stages of investigating how plants respond to the presence of humans, you have to consider, what is it that we're actually measuring? The methodologies used to test these sorts of things and investigate do not begin with notions of special frequencies or senses. They don't begin with the conclusions that you're starting with. They begin with observations. And then we go and we look and we see, what can we measure? What can we identify? So instead of interrupting me over and over again while you pretend that you've done research while saying you're not a scientist, when I objected to something, you then framed it completely differently, something that I don't have an objection to. I don't have an objection to the notion that scientists are investigating how plants may or may not respond to humans. The question then is, if we show that plants do respond to humans in different ways, then we have to investigate to try to find out why. Is this a frequency thing? Or is there a sense that we don't know of? But none of that has anything to do with whether or not evil exists as a thing qua thing or a frequency. And if you would stop interrupting me and saying shit like your opinion is noted and you're responding with an angry frequency, this would go a lot better.
There's a concept in science, right, called here. You go ahead. You because I'm probably one of those. You go.
Yeah, so I'm unmuted now. So I thank you both, for your feedback. I honestly wasn't expecting Matt to respond that way, but it's noted. It's fine. It's, how he feels. I was just looking for some introspection, some feedback, because I just like to see all sides. And you actually both gave some good feedback that I'll think about. And, thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Shauna. Let me know if you want to talk more about other critters and their senses of morality or lack thereof.
Have a good night.
You too. So what I was going to talk about, what I was going to bring up is exactly what you were touching on there at the end, Matt, because I also felt a shift in what we were talking about with plants and humans, because when she started describing the types of studies that are done, I was like, I buy that. I for sure believe that when humans or any organism enters the room, we know plants have sensory systems that we really don't understand very well, right? They emit all sorts of chemical signals to one another, and they communicate with, I think it's rhizosomes. They have communication systems in their root systems they're related to fungi and all sorts of stuff. I'm not a plant person. That much is probably obvious by that spiel that I just gave to any plant people out there. But that was not what I was expecting she was going to say when she was talking about tapping into frequencies. Because it's like you said, those are two completely different things. And even if humans, walk into a room and it's not the CO2 that comes from our breath that causes a plant to react, and it's not the sound that influences the currents in the air that causes it to breathe, even if we couldn't pin it down, there's a concept in science called equifinality, where it's like, okay, well, what data would actually support this idea that's related to good and evil? And that's a completely different question than the question of, do plants react in an interesting way when humans or other animals are present?
It
So,
is, the thing that you touched on is exactly, so we were on the same page, because if I walk into a room, a lot of things change.
Yeah.
The air currents change. Whatever sound I make causes vibrations. Whatever I might smell like might change particles in the atmosphere. And in the same way that, like sharks can smell blood from a long, long ways away, I have no problem with the notion that plants might do better and respond differently, even if it's not remotely conscious or anything that we would even consider in the ballpark of consciousness, under different conditions. And the notion that humans might present the different conditions that result in plants responding is perfectly reasonable. What's not perfectly reasonable is then to take those findings in their fledgling state and try to twist them into your understanding of evil and good as frequencies that we might be able to tune into just as soon as we make a detector. None of that is there. This is the sort of saying nice words to ice crystals to see how they form stuff that was in the What the Bleep Do We Know movie, which is pseudoscience stuff, which is what she was touching on when I objected to the pseudoscience, because we went through all this with The Secret, which I would bet money that Shauna is a fan of The Secret, or at least something similar to that.
I don't know too, like with all of that intentionality stuff, I'm so suspicious of it for obviously many reasons, but the easiest one is just that there seems to be such a simple common sense reason as to why intentionality works. It's like, you have a good intention, you're more likely to follow through on things that get you towards that intention. As simple as, right? But, I don't know, people are convinced by different things. That has been a lesson that I've learned over the past many, many, many years. You can't always control what you're convinced by.
And, we watch plants adjust themselves with respect to things like light.
Oh my God, yes. Every day. Every day they do.
Yeah. And there are plants that open and close depending on light and humidity conditions. There doesn't need to be a frequency or anything like that. There are just, hey, we have detectors for natural stuff. But there could be. And the time to believe that there is, in fact, some sort of good or evil frequency, or that plants are, oh, good, my human's home, is after we've actually demonstrated it. Not when we say, hey, plants seem to respond when a human walks in the room, and maybe they respond differently if their regular caretaker walks in the room versus somebody else, because maybe they smell different, or they move different, or they sound different. Who knows?
It could even be. It could even be like the reaction is a negative reaction, right? Like you can very easily. This is me speculating here, but it's like if you're a blade of grass and a critter comes down to take a huge bite out of you, and it's breathing CO2. If you're a blade of grass that can detect that CO2 and just ever so slightly lean away from it, you're not going to get killed, and then you're going to spread those seeds, and everything that has that ability is going to proliferate even further. So it's like you can really easily see how a situation like this, like I don't find that hard to believe that something like that could happen. But like you said, and we're beating a dead horse now, it's like that becomes a really different claim when we're talking about frequencies and good and evil and the role of the plant in that.
I love how I'm the bad guy with the bad energy, as I was right on the edge of getting to the concept that would have cleared up the initial question when I got interrupted and gave up. And then when I pointed out that what she was advocating for was akin to pseudoscience, well, anyway, we don't need to relive it. We don't need to keep eating Shauna up over something that, it's a simple bit of confusion and different personalities.
Yeah.
Gary's a theist. Gary's a theist calling in from Florida, pronouncer him. Says Christian apologists are climbing a tree in search of a fish. Yeah, Gary, but we're all fish, right?
Mm.
Thank you, Matt. And I forgot the lady biologist name there. I forgot.
It's Erica. Don't worry about
It's
it.
Erica. It's on the screen.
Oh, Erica. Yeah, I'm talking on a cell phone. I no longer have the screen. But
Okay.
well, thank you. Yes, well, they identified me as a theist because they said, "Are you a theist?" And I said, "Well, I don't know what to say about this. I believe in a transcendental reality of sorts." And they said, "Okay, you're a theist." So that's why they have me down there. But I wanted to discuss this thought that came to me because it's a criticism of these Christian apologists that call the line relentlessly with these arguments that go nowhere. And I thought of this. I said to myself, Christian apologists are climbing a tree in search of a fish. And
Gary,
my meaning, yeah.
I promise you,
Yeah.
I don't want to be a dick, but we prioritize theists because they're going to present their view for us to defend. I definitely don't need a theist or a quasi-theist calling in to just talk about how bad other callers are.
Yeah, I was just going to give my reasoning of why I became frustrated with their arguments. That was
Is it gonna do anything to ease my own frustration with their arguments and yours?
Yeah, it helped me. It helped me.
Okay, let's see if it helps me too.
Okay. Yeah, no, this won't be long. Compared to the other cult, no, this will be just a few minutes. The fish is a symbol for the early Christians, so we'll put that in the tree. The tree itself would be the scientific research, scientific way of a path to truth. So they're climbing a tree, the path to truth, these Christian apologists, and they're using the scientific method, claiming that they have science and evidence for their God. So they're climbing this tree, in other words, the tree of science, its methods, its research, and they're thinking that they're going to find the fish. The fish is the early symbol for the Christians and their Christian faith in the early days, the Roman Empire. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you have failed. I can't continue.
Well, I haven't. I
I don't need you to go any. I don't need you to go any further because you've come up with some sort of analogy in your head that I'm sure helps you out, but is absolutely useless because we haven't actually had Christian apologists, creationists calling in to climb the science tree in search of Christianity. And I don't need metaphors about how you eased your frustration. I need callers to call in and defend this stuff. So when you have an epiphany that relates to defending a position you actually hold that we don't share, I'm happy to take that call. But I do not need yet another co-host. I have the best co-host I could wish for right now. And I don't need people calling in to say, here's why I think the Christian apologists are frustrating and did this wrong. So thanks, Gary, but we're going to move on. I got a call just for you. They've been on hold for like half hour or so. This is William. William is pronouns are he, him, is spiritual and wants to talk to Erica about whether she's convinced in endogenous retroviruses are proof of creation or not proof of creation. I'm confused, William. Which one are you asking?
Hey, you think you're confused? No. When I heard that endogenous retroviruses were one of the best evidences for evolution, that us in chimpanzees had a common ancestor, and we have these endogenous retroviruses on the same place in our genome, I thought, oh my gosh, slam dunk for evolution. But then I listened to Standing for Truth, and Donnie said,
I knew you were going to say that.
Okay,
Sorry,
well,
continue.
let me say what he said, that these have immunological benefits. They help in embryology, in embryological development, and they suppress tumors. What do you think, Erica?
William, I love that you called and asked this. And I knew the second I checked the call, right? The second I looked up there, and I'm sorry for interrupting you for this. The second I saw that it said proof of creation, I was thinking in my head, who would say that? Then I was like, oh, I know who would say that. Donnie of Standing for Truth would say that. And I know this guy, he's been making this argument for a very long time. And the reason is because endogenous retroviruses are such convincing support for evolutionary theory, and in a way that is so intuitive to most people, right? Because viruses insert themselves into your genome, right? These endogenous retroviruses are basically the fossils of viruses, for lack of a better term, that are found in your genome, and they are shared in such a way, because they've inserted themselves, sequentially back in time, that they reflect consistent consensus phylogenies when you look at the entirety of the genome. Case in point, the point of all of this being that it's like, okay, either we share a common ancestor with the organisms, in a nested hierarchical pattern that these endogenous retroviruses depict, support, or everybody just so happens to get the same endogenous retroviral infection at the same place, at the same time, and then those retrovirus areas suffered the same mutations in the same way. The probability is just astronomically small. So that's the case for endogenous retroviruses. Now, I've heard Donnie, or Standing for Truth, make the case that actually endogenous retroviruses aren't just support for creationism, but they're not even viruses, because they do things in the genome. All right, some of them do. Some endogenous retroviruses have been accepted. They've been sort of gained a function that is useful to us. In either immunology or with development or this, that, or the other thing. But what I am always asking Donnie, and what I've wondered since the start of him starting to make this an argument, is what about all of the endogenous retroviruses that don't do any of that stuff? What about all the full or partial endogenous retroviruses that have no function at all? Right? Why do we see this nested hierarchy? And you can ask the same question with non-functional DNA. As to whether or not they're viruses, why do they look like viruses then? Why do these endogenous retroviruses look exactly like viruses? And not just any virus, retroviruses specifically. HIV is a specific type of retrovirus. It uses an enzyme called reverse transcriptase. And it's like you find these same signatures in these endogenous retroviruses. They look like viruses. They act like viruses do, and in fact, endogenous retroviruses are pretty well understood because some of them actually do have these functions, and most of them don't. And they replicate the same exact phylogeny or the family tree that you get when you do it with full genomes, right? So when I've talked to Donnie very briefly about this in the past, I've said, okay, those are the challenges you face. One, you have to show that every single endogenous retrovirus has a function. Two, you have to have a better explanation for what they are. Why do they look exactly like viruses if they're not, in fact, viruses? And three, why did they form the same nested hierarchy that the full genome does, showing that humans and chimpanzees are one another's closest living relatives, followed by the gorilla, followed by the orangutan, followed by the gibbons, and so on and so forth? So no, the long and short of that is endogenous retroviruses are not excellent evidence for creationism. But to be perfectly honest with you, Donnie will tell you that hominin fossils are great evidence for creationism. So it's like, everything to him is evidence for creationism. Until I talk to him, and then he cools it on that topic until he thinks I've forgotten about him, and then he brings it up months later when he thinks I'm not paying attention.
Well, are you frustrated because in his mind, he's written a book on this, that these were created during Creation Week, and that you shouldn't even call them viruses, that they should be called God's little helpers or whatever. I don't know. Is it frustrating to you that something that seems like a slam dunk is not to them, but they feel it's a proof of God's creation? Is that frustrating?
Brother, that's one of the least frustrating things that Donnie does, like as far as argument wise, because I've heard him do that with radioactive decay, right? I mean, he'll be like, oh, you need some heat to start the flood going. And then it's like, this is the heat problem. This is the thing that destroys young Earth creationism because it vaporizes the granitic crust of the Earth several dozen times over. That's what happens if you speed up nuclear decay, it turns out, and also zoom the continents around atop the mantle at race car speeds. Like, I've said this before about Donnie, and this applies to virtually all young Earth creationists that I encounter. Not all of them, but the vast majority of them. It's not about a right answer. It's about the illusion of an answer, any answer, which is why Donnie will respond perpetually to any and everybody that responds to him or makes some video debunking some of the claims that he made. And then, that new video that he makes will say the same old thing. It'll make the same old arguments, but he'll at least be able to point to it and say, oh, I already responded to that. Creationists have the last word, therefore we're right. This is the Donnie Deals fallacy in action. So yes, it drives me crazy, but it's not the thing that drives me the most crazy.
I got you. Well, here in Dallas, we have the Institute for Creation Research, and they spend all this money. I'm sure you're familiar with the RAPE Project.
Oh, yeah. I not only do I know the RAPE Project forward and backward, William, but I read the RAPE Project. I sat my stupid ass down and read the full volume 2 of the RAPE Project. I didn't read volume 1 because that's just setting up their hypotheses. But, these were the guys that showed other young Earth creationists. They introduced this accelerated nuclear decay hypothesis because Andrew Snelling sat there and looked at rock after rock after rock. He's a young Earth creationist who's a geologist, for those of you who don't know. And he said, yep, it sure does look like 550 billion or, 4.5 or 550 million, or 4.5 billion years worth of radioactive decay has happened since creation.
Yeah, they admitted there was too much daughter. Yeah.
Yeah, there's too much daughter product.
They admitted there was too much daughter. Yeah.
And they can't say that the Earth was created with all of the isotopes in place and the rocks looking old because the flood is supposed to be responsible for the geologic column. So what, are we to believe that God had the flood sort everything so that it looks like the lower down layers are hundreds of millions of years older than the top layers? It is the ultimate just so story. There is zero hypothesis testing, and you're there in Dallas. You should check out the Institute for Creation Research's most recent claims on natural selection, because they are actually proposing, get this, that natural selection is not a thing. Institute for Creation Research has decided that that's too close to Darwin, that's too close to evolution. So they've proposed a new origin of species style mechanism to explain change in organisms over time. They call it CET, or continuous environmental tracking. And it's also bullshit. That will surprise nobody, but Randy Gugliuzza or whatever has been pushing it for a couple of months now over there at ICR.
Yeah, I took the tour. Eric Hoven's a friend of mine. And, he introduced me to Brian, one of the biologists on staff. These are not dumb people. I mean, he seemed very reasonable, very intelligent. I just don't understand when it just looks like they're pinned against the wall. They just will not give up, Well, I think go ahead.
It's because I'm sorry to interrupt. I mean, but I've looked at this myself as well. I specifically looked at it with Jason Lyle, the astronomer, right? Their astronomy guy, who's a young Earth creationist. But it's like, man, all you have to look at to know that they're not being persuaded by the data, they're going dogma first and then force fitting the data to fit that dogma, is look at the number of people, the number of scientists across the world that have been convinced of young Earth creationism by the science instead of the conversion story, right? Instead of their personal encounter with God that they say happened and that's intrinsically related to the young Earth creationism. It's never, oh my goodness, when I look at the data, the Earth looks young. What's the only worldview that can accommodate this? Young Earth creationism, in a Quranic sense or in a biblical sense, biblical literalist sense, therefore I will change to that religion. It is always the other way around. I say that there's probably an exception out there, but I can't think of an example where somebody was convinced by the data themselves and then made the conversion.
Well, now Donnie did say that he really respected you, and he, liked that you presented cogent, intelligent arguments. They were very favorable to you. And do you think that even though you're not getting through to them, you might be getting through to the audience, their audience?
William, I know that is true because I have the emails to prove it, right? I've had people who have emailed me and they've said, look, I wanted to thank you for the work that you've done because it's been helpful for me in delving into these creationist arguments and, going into the nitty gritty of it, which, that's the whole reason I do it. It's because I did this myself and I want other people to have the resources available to do it too. I know people who used to be young earth creationists who feel like my channel has positively helped them, or whatever my content, which, I will never stop being wowed or flattered by that kind of thing, but whose minds do get changed. So like, it's not that it never happens, but somebody like Donnie is, he's complimentary to me because I cover his content a lot, and, I think he's fun to engage with. I'll admit it, take me away, officer. I will admit it. I like to fight with creationists on the internet. Book me. But I don't think he's the kind of guy that could be convinced. I really, really don't. I think there are people out there who are motivated, for one reason or another, to not be convinced. And there's nothing that I could ever say that would convince these people, because, where the rubber meets the road, as you were talking about earlier, once you get them pinned to the wall, it can just be miraculous. That's what they go to every single time. That's what they've got. That's what they're moving towards with the heat problem. That's what like Rob Carter is sort of moving towards, not miraculous, but a common design type of thing, with the human and chimpanzee genomic similarity being so high after Jeffrey Tompkins got BTFO'd. Like, this is how it's going to go. They're going to be dragged kicking and screaming, just like they have been for the past century, into accepting bit by bit, piece by piece, word by word, sentence by sentence, modern biology. Just like Whitcomb and Morris, just like Duane Gish, just like Answers in Genesis. And the flock will continue to shrink and consolidate until, hopefully, creationism becomes, not a thing of the past, but very, very rare, I hope. As rare as flat Earth would be what I would like to see.
But let me ask you this. The progressive creationists that say the Cambrian revolution, explosion, whatever, that when we got echinoderms, chordates like us, arthropods, all these major phyla suddenly appearing, do you think the progressive creationists have a point?
I don't, because every single year, not even every single year, every single month, some guy that's studying the Ediacaran comes forward and they're like, I found this weird looking disc or this weird looking frond. You're talking about Dickinsonia, or some of these look annelid-like critters, that Charnia, the frond-like plant looking things from the period of time that precedes the Cambrian. And these fossils are body fossils, and they're showing characteristics of these phyla that supposedly emerged suddenly during the Cambrian. So the fossil record continues to be an enemy of creationists of all kinds, because it won't stop filling out. And the more it fills out, the more precursors we find. And the more precursors we find, the more gaps we fill in, the harder it is, to shove a progressive creation into those gaps. You can check out Jackson Weed if you really want to look into some of those Precambrian fossils that in fact show us that no, phyla do not. It is not the case. It is not accurate to say right now that all phyla, or even most phyla, appear suddenly and without precursors in the Cambrian. It's just not supported by the fossil record anymore.
Well, what we have here, from my perspective, is the layman's dilemma. I'm just a layman. I'm trying to figure this stuff out, just like the Professor Dave James Tour debate, when James Tour says, look, it's the chance of one protein forming and having the folding and the enzymes all is like 10 to the, he goes 10 to the 140. It's just a crazy number, which is basically saying it's impossible for these proteins and enzymes and so forth to come about by chance. Do you find these numbers compelling?
I don't, because I know what they do. And when I say they, I mean creationists like James Tour. I know what they do when they're taking these laws of large numbers, or these, trends of large numbers, and trying to apply them to evolution. And when they do that, they do it inaccurately. And in fact, I would go ahead and say that you can say that about James Tour in general, right? Like, my experience with James Tour is when he talks about areas outside of his area of expertise of synthetic chemistry, places like evolution or origin of life, he makes mistakes. And he does not know the literature for evolution, certainly, at all, right? And so, I'm sure you can trust James Tour to be a synthetic chemist. I'm sure he's a phenomenal synthetic chemist. He's got a ton of patents, and he's certainly made a name for himself in that field. Unfortunately, this is what happens when people talk outside of their area of expertise. You're saying here you've got like a layman's dilemma. You sound pretty informed to me, and I'll tell you what, I'm a layman in most things. Most people are. We can do our best, but that's why expertise exists. It's so that we know people who really know their stuff on a given subject. We look at what they say and the work that they've done, and And we use that as at least a guiding starting point. So these probabilities of large numbers, like that, or these arguments from large numbers or from probabilities, like you see with James Tour. I know when they talk about like evolutionary theory, they're basing this off of what are the odds of randomly getting, all of these mutations sequentially, right? That is not how evolution works, right? Evolution isn't random; it's probabilistic, and natural selection certainly isn't random. And in addition to that, these mutations are occurring in sequence. Many of them occur in parallel at the same time, which obviously drastically cuts down on the time that it takes. So when I hear people talking about this with regard to origin of life, my first thought is this an accurate representation of what needs to happen? And the second that you look at what actual origin of life researchers are saying, it quickly becomes apparent that no, the argument is not being presented in an honest and an accurate way. It's a classic thing that you see from creationists like through time, and they still do it now, even still, right? That they make these arguments and they try to appeal to your common sense. They're like, number big, evolution fake. Number big, abiogenesis fake. And it's like, that is just not how any of this works.
I love how William was whispering, I'm on the line.
Go ahead. Did you have a comment, Matt?
No, I was just noting that it made me laugh when you whispered to whoever, you were like, I'm on the line. And I was like...
But yeah, Stephen Meyer and the intelligent design people. Here's the other thing. What do you think? What James Tour will say is the chirality problem. That these amino acids, 19 out of 20 of them, have to be left-handed. So he thinks that's a killer. Do you think that's a killer of the chirality problem?
I don't. And, I'm not an origin of life researcher, and I really don't spend a lot of time on abiogenesis here online because it's just not my area of expertise. But I do remember looking into the chirality problem many years ago when I think I had a debate with somebody on like origin of life stuff. And he was John Maddox. And those of you in the audience who remember logical, plausible, probable, it was quite some time since then. But I remember reading into the chirality problem, and I don't remember finding it compelling then. I simply don't remember finding it compelling. That's all the support that I can give you for now, because I don't really remember what the argument was or what the counters were to it. But I look back on it and I think that if James Tour is the one saying it, and I hate to say this, I'm instantly more skeptical than I would be if somebody else was, because I know what James Tour is like. He's talking about things that he doesn't know very well. I just did a video on him a couple weeks ago where he's just like totally botching genetic studies. He mixes up ENCODE and he mixes up the 2005 chimpanzee studies and all this kind of stuff. But he will happily sit there and tell you till the cows come home that he's right on it. So I'm skeptical.
Well, he says time, as evolutionists who say time is the hopeful thing, where he would say time is your enemy, because these things, molecules decay, and if you don't watch them, they'll just decay. That time is actually your enemy. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard him argue that as well before, where he's like, oh, you need all of these things to happen, but these molecules are unstable in these early stages, and so how are we to suppose the right thing happened at the right time to make it so? But, I find that kind of odd as an argument to make, in part because I don't think anybody is actually proposing that. Right? Like my understanding of origin of life research isn't that anybody is saying, yeah, you have these unstable molecules that were, they only have a shelf life, if you will, of a couple of hours or a couple of days. And then, miraculously, thank goodness, boy, we sure were lucky. All the right steps happened to get us to, a protocell. Like, I don't think anybody is proposing that. I think that that's what James Tour is sort of painting the picture as, but to me, that strikes me as like a crocoduck style argument that you tend to see with creationists and evolution, where they're like, they want you to believe that a crocoduck is possible, but that's just absurd. It's like, yeah, but no one's saying that. Like no one is saying that is something that should even be. I mean, my understanding of the origin of life stuff too is that the test tube that you're working with is like a massive swath of the ocean, like a massive portion of the ocean, either at hydrothermal vents or in little warm pools or what have you. And that once you get these reactions going, right, they sort of do, in a way, I mean, chemical evolution is kind of a thing where, things, quote unquote, want to be more stable. That things just aren't as improbable as he would have you believe, you know. But again, it's been a while since I've looked into the abiogenesis stuff, and I'm sort of working, to be quite frank, off of my vibes, memories of having this conversation many years ago.
I've got
So
to
you're
jump
not really
in,
a
William.
wet dryer or a venter. You don't know, right? You know, you're either the vent, you know, the warm vents in the ocean, or the wet dry. It seems to be divided, the origin of life.
Yeah, and there's, you know, there's people who propose like the warm little pool as well. Like you've got sort of something analogous to like the Yellowstone hydrothermal vents, but you know, not down in the deep, but at the surface. And I can't remember the name of the researcher who was doing work in the field on this, but I know there was one origin of life researcher who was like actually conducting these experiments at Yellowstone. Like basically, you know, this is a crude analogy, but throwing a bunch of chemicals into these hydrothermal springs and then watching what happens. And if memory serves, his results were really fascinating and encouraging for origin of life in general. But that's all I can give you, because that's not what I study.
I got to wrap this one up,
you're
William.
so articulate. Go ahead.
I got to wrap this one up, William. We've got one more call we need to get to, and then super chats.
Thanks for everything you guys do, and you're so articulate and so knowledgeable, Erica. I really appreciate your help. Thank you.
Man, William, thank you. That's so kind. But clearly I'm not, because you're asking me abiogenesis questions. And I'm like, look, all I remember is the feeling that I had when I looked into this a couple of years ago. So thank you for the compliment. But please check out there are amazing people here online who are doing the original life research stuff. You can look to them, and I'm sure you'll find wonderfully detailed answers to all the questions you just asked me that I failed to answer. So call again and ask about
it. You guys are amazing. Thank you a lot. Bye.
Of course.
Thanks, William. See you later. I have questions, comments, and one more call we got to get to before we dig in on super chats. Evidently, see, I was really looking forward. There was a caller that was on hold, or that called in, and their call screen, their name was Gina, and they said that Matt is a chicken, and then told the call screener that I can't stand up to an honest to God Christian, a true believer, and then they hung up. So I'm wondering, who's the one who can't stand up, Gina? I mean, if I'm a chicken who can't stand up to an honest to God Christian, and yet I've done, I don't know, go find all my debate opponents and tell them all they're not honest to God Christians, as I stood up to many of them on many subjects. It's just wild. But I wonder, you know, we got one Christian that calls in that says, God won't reveal himself to you because you don't want to, but I have the secret decoder ring. And now we've got somebody saying, oh, you're too chicken to stand up to an honest to God Christian. When I don't just do call-in shows, Gina, I literally debate theists, including Christians, for a living. Some of them you've probably even heard of. So go find them and explain to them why they're not good Christians. And then when you find the good Christian, book a debate or have them call, because I ain't scared. What I don't do is I'm not going to entertain dishonest, lying fascists in a debate format because they're undeserving. I want to engage with people who are serious about this stuff, because I am. I was, and that's why I'm no longer a Christian. And I still am, which is why I engage on these things. But I had a question for you, Erica, because I'm an idiot when it comes to like endogenous retroviruses. So I hope you don't roll your eyes so hard that it hurts. But if endogenous retroviruses are essentially the dead remnants of viruses that infected somatic cells primarily and represent a chunk of the genome, is that evidence that those viruses, for lack of a better term, had an incredibly poor reproduction strategy to inject themselves into portions of DNA where they're not going to propagate? And so we're seeing the results of failed models?
I'm the opposite of rolling my eyes. I actually don't know the answer to that question. I don't know with endogenous retroviruses, like if the way that these retroviruses work, that is that they're infecting, somatic cells primarily, and that it's the failures that end up getting into the gametic cells and proliferating down the line like that, or if it's even that there's the case that some of them are gametic specific. Like I have no idea. I mean, I'm not an epidemiologist and I don't really focus on that. Most of my knowledge of retroviruses comes from how we use them in genetics, and the fact that they look like virus. I mean, they look like viruses. They're embedded into our genome, and they have I use gross morphology terms, so they have the morphology of a virus. But yeah, I have no idea if it is the case that they were like failed selections.
Erica. I stumped Erica.
Hey, I don't know that I'd be proud about that, because that last guy asked me like 6 abiogenesis questions that I was also like, man, I don't have a clue. Someone asked me a question about a monkey, please.
All right. Well, let's see if we get to monkeys at all. Our final caller for today is Leonardo. Pronouns are him. He's been waiting on hold for ages to argue as an atheist for religious morality over secular humanism. Okay, Leonardo, you're on. You're on with Erica and me.
Oh, hi, Erica. Hi, Matt. How are you doing?
Hi there.
We'll
How you
see.
doing?
Excellent. Before we start, I just wanted to say that the opening of the last hang-up last week when you were on with Promise, that was probably the most powerful opening or monologue I think I've ever heard. I just have to say thank you for what you said.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it genuinely. It will earn you no favor as you try to shit on secular humanism. So, which version of religious morality are you advocating for?
Animism.
Okay.
So just to, I heard a debate that you did about secular humanism, and I think you walked out, and it was against this guy named like Asshole Taint, or I don't know, he's one of those fascist pieces of shit. But you did bring up John Rawls' The Veil of Ignorance, designing a system, not knowing who you would be in that system. And I think I spotted a fundamental problem with that view. And I think that problem is that you shouldn't be looking or deciding, based on who you would be in that system, but what you would be in that system.
I don't see a distinction at all, but also animism, as I understand it, it is not a moral system. So I'm still confused.
Well, I recently went to an Indigenous Peoples festival here in my hometown, and I asked them, what is the difference between, let's say, the culture of the colonizer and the culture of Indigenous people? And they said that the colonizer, came here to take what they could, and Indigenous people see themselves as protectors. And
okay, Leonardo, once again, you called in to argue for religious morality over secular humanism, and what you've done is cite that animism is the religious morality, when I'm not aware that it is in fact a moral view or a moral system, but is instead a view about plants and souls and things like that. Meanwhile, how can you say that it's better than secular humanism when all you've done is say that you heard me mention John Rawls' Veil of Ignorance, which isn't necessarily a function of secular humanism, but one of the ways I describe a moral system. And your problem is with it, are we heading towards a veganist argument here?
Definitely not heading towards a veganist argument.
Okay, then what is animist morality?
Well, when I talk to Indigenous people,
okay, Leonardo.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear a trip report or what somebody else thinks. You're calling in to advocate for a moral system that is superior to secular humanism. How is talking to Indigenous people remotely relevant to a moral system being superior to secular humanism? I need you to define the moral system and not tell me a story about how you learned about it or what somebody else thinks, and then show that it's better than secular humanism. Why is this hard?
Well, if I could quote you, you said that a combined goal of a better world and the discovery and implementation of the best methods that we can find to achieve that better world. And I think that a good place to start is with animist cultures, principles, practices, because they're tried and true. I'm not saying that I believe in their mythology,
Leonardo.
but yes.
Leonardo, I don't need you to quote me. I need you to tell me what an animist moral system is and why it's better than secular humanism. That is word for word what you called in to defend, and we have not reached the fucking ballpark of that discussion.
Okay, I guess then hitting the ballpark would be to say that animists view all life as a family, and I think that scientifically that makes sense.
Life in general? Like all life as a single family?
Well, yeah, to an extent, yes. I mean, if you go to Alaska, there's a raven clan and a wolf clan, and they view them as, you know, like brothers or sisters. There's another tribe that looks at the I think it's cedar trees, that they houses them, clothes them, and feeds them, and they build totem poles, not out of living trees, but out of ones that have fallen. And the reverence they have for other species is something that I think secular humanism could benefit from, especially if I could quote Doug Stanhope when he says,
no, you can't.
If you
no, you can't. No, you can't. I'm so sick to death. And my apologies, Leonardo, because you're not the only one guilty of this. I am bored out of my fucking mind and so unimpressed by people quoting people. I want to know what the system is and why it's better. Not just that you like this notion that there are systems that view everything as a family. I don't have the same moral duties and obligations to a plant that I have to Erika. I don't even have the same moral duties and obligations to Erika that I have to Arden. There are different scenarios. And there's nothing wrong with you looking at all life as fine. That is not in opposition to secular humanism at all. So you are not talking about secular humanism. You are not talking about animist morality. You are giving book reports on a whole bunch of stuff and still not in the ballpark. I don't need you to quote somebody. I need you to defend the thing that you claim. Can you do that?
I think so. Yes.
So can I intrude, Leonardo, and just maybe give us a framework here? So what is it? What is it that this animistic perspective of valuing all, and tell me if I'm strawmanning you here, but sort of elevating all life to a similar platform, right, and treating it all as something that is more equally, that has more equal worth, that I would imagine you would propose secular humanism would sort of propose. Like, how is that better? Maybe that'll help us walk through this. Like, what about it makes it better?
Oh, because the methods that are used would be great if they were implemented today in helping us face the biggest problems facing the world right now, which is climate change and the loss of biodiversity.
Do you think, though, that secular humanism fails at promoting? Because my understanding of secular humanism is that it would look at the existential threat posed by climate change, and that would also make virtually the top of the list there too. So, like, what gives animism the edge?
Well, right now, animists make up like 5% of the human population, but they are defending 80% of the world's biodiversity. So I think that they're crushing it.
That's an interesting statistic. Do you know where that comes from?
I think I saw it in Adbusters. That was one place I saw it. Mother Earth News was another place that I think I saw that.
I'm going to try to find it because I find that interesting. So in the meantime, Matt, what is your perspective while I find this?
Well, I would say that what you just said, assuming it's true, would just mean that the animists are decent humanists.
All right, I like that.
Well, if you're going to call in to say that you found something better and all you can do is say, describe something that is wholly consistent with humanism, I don't know what else to do.
So this is a dumb question that you might be able to answer for me, Leonardo. But so I found your statistic. I think that the statistic is indigenous peoples make up 5% of the global population and are responsible for stewarding and safeguarding about 80% of the remaining biodiversity. Is it true that all indigenous people are animist?
No, I mean, definitely, as Matt was just talking about last week, plenty of indigenous people were put in Christian schools, and it didn't work out really well for them. So I imagine that.
I guess I'm asking are all indigenous religious or spiritualistic perspectives animistic in nature? I'm truly asking. I don't know the answer to this question.
Yes, I believe so. Maybe not all, but I would say the vast majority.
All right, I'm gonna do some digging on that one.
The problem is that you're just engaged in a logical fallacy, because the number of adherents for something is not a measure for the quality of the system.
Well, if we want to look at the quality of animist systems, we can look at how well they're doing protecting their land. We can look at how they treat trans people.
You are just inventing criteria that you have not demonstrated are actual criteria for evaluating the strength of a system. You're just making assertions about what the criteria is or could be or should be.
Oh, I'm kind of taking it from a secular humanist point of view and saying that, look, these people have their shit together. I mean, if you look at how animists do on the hierarchy of needs, they're crushing that as well.
So the fact that a drunk person is happier than a sober person isn't an argument for being drunk. And the fact that indigenous people might be crushing it in a way where they're actually better secular humanists than some other secular humanists is not an argument for animist morality, which isn't even a fucking thing as far as I can tell, being superior to secular morality. You're just calling in to say, yay, this group of people are generally doing good. And you know what I'm going to say? Awesome. What the hell does that have to do with what you called about?
Oh, I think that if we could learn their methods, and by looking at what it is about their culture that could improve our life. I mean, I'm not saying that we should all
go learn and call me back. Then go learn and call me back, because you are not making a case for something. You're saying these people have seemingly tuned into something that makes them better, in my view, than some other people, and we should find out what that is and emulate it.
Yeah, and I mean, you let religious people talk for 30 seconds to give their point, and I think if I talk for 10 seconds and say what we could gain and do everyone right now, I think that's.
I'm sorry.
That's to
you've been on for 12 minutes. I've repeatedly asked you questions, and I repeatedly asked you to defend what you claimed, and you have repeatedly failed to do that. And now all you're saying is you find some indigenous people have characteristics and properties that encourage certain behaviors that you see as beneficial, and we should emulate that. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Then you are not defending what you called to defend. I have no objection. So you go ye therefore unto the indigenous people and chronicle how it is they do what they do and why it's actually better. And when you have some way to demonstrate that to how the rest of us should change, call back. Until then, we're done.
But I have those answers now.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
What are they?
Okay. So in tackling climate change and the loss of biodiversity, which, as I said before, some of the biggest problems facing the world right now, there's plenty of things we can do. Any small amount of land that you have, you can improve the soil.
Leonardo.
Yes.
I'm not even sorry for interrupting. When I tell you that I want you to go find out what they're doing so that you can make a case for why we should emulate it, and you say you can do that now, it'd be really good if you did that. And it would not be good if you started talking about climate change and what we can do. I'm asking you what you found out about the indigenous people, the animist people, that we need to emulate and why.
Okay, we could learn what species are native in your area that indigenous people used to eat. We could eat those species. We could make gabions in desert. We could use the animals that we currently use for meat to reverse desertification. We could learn about.
This is now dipping into the territory of naturalistic fallacies. None of this is in conflict with secular humanism. You called in to essentially say that you found something better than secular humanism, which you've repeatedly failed to defend, and now you're making a case for, you know what? We could eat the stuff that grows within 20 miles of us, or any of the other number of faddish things that rely on naturalistic fallacies about what is or isn't better. But to whatever extent indigenous people might be doing that, and to whatever extent it is helpful to climate change, is irrelevant to whether or not you have a moral system that is better than secular humanism, right?
I think it's also tough, Leonardo, because I feel like what you're doing, and maybe I'm wrong on this, right? But I feel like what you're doing is sort of conflating indigenous cultures with the fact that they're animistic, right? Like, is there respect for the places in which they live and their success in protecting biodiversity due to the fact that they're animistic? Like, is it specifically related to the fact that they believe that, trees or whatever are ensouled? And I don't know if they believe that or not. I'm just using that as like a silly example. Or is it a cultural practice that is awesome and should be mimicked? In which case, if it's the latter, that can be incorporated into something like secular humanism. If it's the former, not so much. So I think you have to be able to successfully say, this behavior is good. It's better than what secular humanists are doing because it is related to the animism in particular, not the culture.
And also, you need to be careful because you're using indigenous people as a label when there's no such thing. There are indigenous peoples of various areas, and they are not all the same, do not all have the same views on morality or climate change or anything else. So you must be talking about specific groups of indigenous people.
Yes, animists. But I think that what Erica said is a good question, and I'm not sure whether the culture comes from the mythology or the mythology comes from the culture. But when humanists say that we should do what is best for humans, isn't that far from saying go forth and subdue the earth and dominate it? Whereas the animist point of view is, no, we are all one and we need to protect the earth.
Leonardo, humanism does not say go forth and subdue the earth. Humanism says do what's best for humans, which would include fighting climate change and problems like that. I'm really happy for you, Leonardo, that you've smoked a bowl and run off and found something that has inspired you. And you want to credit, the ancient peoples and their ancient wisdom, but ancient people and ancient wisdom is bullshit and it's not magic. I want data. I want facts on how to do stuff. I don't want people coming in to say, oh, we should be more like this group over here and not have a reason other than you prefer it.
Okay, well, I mean, there's plenty of work out there that includes data. Like, if you're going to let me get to what practices are best when it comes to architecture, there is a architect that worked for NASA to figure out how you would build on Mars and on the moon, and it turns out that style of architecture would
call somebody else with your bucking book reports. I don't care.
Okay.
Thank you. It's frustrating because it's like, oh, if you'd let me get to it, I'd have the answer. There's an architect that works. We are all over the map in this call that was supposed to be, I know something better than secular humanism. Cool.
Well,
I got no objection to any of those things.
And sort of to the point that we were getting at earlier, right? Like, maybe I'm totally tripping on this, but I feel pretty confident in saying usually architecture is more related to culture than it is related to animism, which kind of supports that notion that he wasn't really talking about animism, but more specific. And you made this point which is quite appropriate, I think. Some specific indigenous cultures that he had in his mind, right? That, and I don't know which ones because he didn't say, but that he's got these specific indigenous cultures that are doing something that's clearly really awesome and really right. But like, why is it being linked to their animism specifically? Like, I mean, maybe architecture does have to do with animism, and I'm just totally clueless. But to me, that's just like that's more lionizing the culture, which is a totally different thing than saying that secular humanism can't be, like, secular humanism could be compatible with the culture, just not with the spiritualistic practices, if my understanding is correct.
Yeah, it's especially frustrating, for me, because you get somebody in this case. Whoops, I just almost closed a window with you in it. It's fine to say, hey, I've been hanging out with a variety of indigenous peoples and exploring animism. And I think there are some lessons from those communities that we could benefit from. I agree. But what's not going to convince me is citing animism as a moral system when animism is a notion about spirit, which, by the way, nobody knows what the hell that is. Spirit and spirituality are words that are used in so many different ways, and everybody feels like they know what they mean, and yet they don't necessarily know what they mean. And so there's this notion of reverence for Mother Earth and all life, and we are all one. And that's fine as a baseline, hey, we all benefit from this. Let's not destroy our home. I have a house here I live in, and it would just be awful if I were to just start lighting walls on fire from time to time, just for the hell of it. And if there was somebody who came into my house who was lighting walls on fire and punching holes in walls and things like that, I would do what I could to get them to stop, because this is my house and I need it. The same thing is a good way to view Earth and climate and all kinds of things. But to put it in the framework of spiritual is a little weird. To say it's better than secular humanism when it's entirely consistent, when the good parts that you're pointing to are entirely consistent with secular humanism, just means that you don't seem to understand secular humanism. Because as a humanist, if you can show a data-driven path to a better world, I'm right fucking on board. And that's with regard to everything, with regard to climate change and boom, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. But what I find, and my apologies to everybody else who didn't see it this way or doesn't see the same thing, Leonardo strikes me as someone who was on autopilot for a while and just assumed and ran through life, and then had an epiphany. These people do something and see something in a way that makes me fundamentally change how I view the world. That's awesome. I'm not knocking it at all. But when you then take that and make inferences that are, in most cases, naturalistic fallacies about, ooh, we need to respect this. You know what else we need to do? We need to eat. Whether I'm eating animals or plants, something's going to die. Or fungus, I guess. But even then I can keep harvesting off fungus, but I don't know that I can just keep eating fungus forever. Maybe I can. I think there's some nutritional elements that I'm probably missing. But whatever it is, we're in this position where we destroy to create, we destroy to survive, and there needs to be a recognition of how do we do this balance. You could make the case, and I might agree, that humans are a species that deserves to be wiped out, that we are doing enough harm to everything else on the planet that everything else on the planet would be better off if we just stopped. I might even agree. But you know what it's never going to do? Convince me to stop living, convince me to stop trying to make the world better for me and everybody else. There's nothing that Leonardo said that was, oh, no, that's wrong. As far as we shouldn't live that way. It's what is the reason for doing this? If you've got data to show a better world, cool. If you want to say you found something better than secular humanism, show me. I'll drop secular humanism right fucking now in favor of whatever is better. The problem is, and this is a little bit of a cheat, I don't think that's possible. Because secular humanism at its core has the goal of getting better at getting better. In other words, if there are better methods that produce a better world for us, we should adopt those. That is consistent with humanism. The only thing that humanism would object to is saying humans should stop existing for the benefit of something else. Other than that, going after our primate great ape cousins and saying, hey, we should maybe start extending some rights beyond what we do. Okay, make the case. I'm not opposed to any of it. I have lived with vegans. I have eaten as a vegan for periods of time. I do not think that veganism is an ethical requirement, a moral obligation. I think it is a moral virtue. I think, and I've said this before, despite the fact that the Alex O'Connor cult keep coming after me, I think veganism is a morally virtuous position, both in the eating of animals and the exploitation of animal stuff. But I don't necessarily think that veganism is a moral obligation. I'm open to being convinced, but that case I don't think has been made. Instead, you get things that start like this, which is why I thought might have been going to veganism.
I thought it was going to.
Yeah, if we're all one family, then it should be wrong for me to eat a chicken and a carrot. If we're all one family in that sense, I mean, I've got a cat, a lizard, a wife, a carrot, a cow. And if we're all family, how could it possibly be right for me to eat one of them and not all the others? So I'm just going to choose to eat them all. No, I'm not. That's silly. And yet, when I say things like that, anyway, I got derailed on the vegan thing. I'm in favor of whatever's better, and so is secular humanism.
Yeah, it's hard to beat what is effectively constructed as like a self-correcting mechanism. I mean, self-correcting in the sense that it's like, all right, we're going to adopt best practices wherever and whenever they show up. It is a little. You called it a cheat earlier. It is a little bit of a cheat, but I mean that's not a bad thing, right? Like that's why it works so well.
Yeah, because it wasn't written 2,000 years ago and stuck in time where it can't change.
Well, and again, like what I'm stuck on with that call is that it's just like I want to know what it is that about animism in particular, the spiritual aspects of animism. That was the whole point. Is that it's the religious aspects of animism are what make it better than secular humanism. Because if it's not the religious aspects, then secular humanism can just be like, yoink, we're also doing that.
Yeah. And I love one of my favorite things. I love watching people think. It's part of the reason that I do this. If I can say something that gets somebody to think about something in a way that they haven't before, or to have some realization that they might not have had before or anything, I love watching that and I love participating in it. And I love being the person who is forced to think of something that they haven't before. I'm an obsessive learner. I'm an annoying busybody know-it-all at the right times and other things at other times. I love that Leonardo has found something that he's passionate about, and I'm all in favor. But just don't call in and say, "Oh, I found something better than this," and then not be able to get within a country mile. What is a country mile? Is a country mile actually bigger than a mile? Because I know the difference between a nautical mile, which is 6,000 feet, and then a mile on land is 5,280 feet, I believe. I don't know what a country mile is.
I feel like a country mile would be longer because it feels like you're driving for longer in the country, right? Like it feels like a longer drive. But maybe I'm totally wrong on that. Like maybe it's just maybe it's like a shit ton, where it's just a.
It is exactly that. Merriam-Webster, it just means a long distance. Literally,
yeah, it's a long
I guess not literally a shit ton, but yes, a shit ton is correct.
Yeah, it's just like a shit ton. Well,
And my
as somebody,
favorite.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. I was
No,
just
my
saying my
thing is,
favorite is metric fuck ton. Metric fuck ton
yeah,
is my favorite.
and it's metric too, so it's packing a punch.
Americans won't understand it.
Yeah. It's not in freedom units. It's not a freedom unit fuck ton, so you can't. How could we comprehend it?
I'm lost. Hey, producer lady,
Yes,
would you like to move on to Supas now?
Super chat.
Let's do
Sweet.
it.
I'll go ahead and make some announcements while we're hitting that up. And first of all, that is, Erica's one of my favorite people to do shows with. There are a number of people that when I do a show with them, I feel like I am forced to be better. And so I appreciate that. And so thank you so much for agreeing to join me today. And I remembered what I forgot 2 hours ago, which is creationists are often specific about odds and things like that. But then they're incredibly vague in other circumstances. And my favorite example is to say, and I noticed this because I saw behind you, if you line up skulls in the ancestry of humans and ask 100 creationists to come in and draw the line that says everything on this side is ape and everything on this side is human, they will not draw it in the same place. And if you bring in scientists to say, at which point in this line do we begin to see speciation of this variety, whatever else, they can identify that. That's the difference.
Well, and what's funny about that, and we've all seen the famous chart where it's like here are 8 creationists and what they diagnose 8 different crania as, whether it's ape or human, and you've got people switching midway through their lives where they're like, first they're saying Homo erectus is an ape, and then they're like, actually Homo erectus is a human. And it's funny because I'm saying this for all of you pedants out there. Yes, humans are apes, so it's silly to say where does the ape stop and the human begin? But you all know what we're talking about when we say this. We're saying that they group them into non-human apes versus humans, and they think that this is a really easy designation. And it's been an absolute blast for me to watch them deal with some of these latest hominins, like basically since 2000 and onward that we've discovered, because some of them are so damn transitional that they'll change their mind depending on which part of the excavation we're at or which even remains we're looking at. It's really something to behold.
It's like you could hold up a skull and depending on how you tilt it,
yeah, you turn it. Exactly. It's
just going to change their perception of it. That's
100%.
All right.
Yeah, 100%.
We got a metric fuck ton of super chats. So great job, everybody. $10 from Greg Markowski. Hey, happy wed. Thank you. Thanks, Greg. You made it in first today, and I always like seeing you.
Were we going back and forth? This one's me. $9.99 from Skeptalk. Can't wait to watch the show while delivering groceries tomorrow. Thank you both for all you do. I actually think that's the best thing to come out of YouTube and Spotify and podcasts in general, is that it's like we all finally have something to listen to while we're doing mundane tasks, and you can learn while you do it. That's what I love about it.
I do want to caution you though, Squimbly. Although by the time you hear this, you will have already watched the entire show. I'm fine with you listening to the show while you deliver groceries. I'd rather you not watch the show while you're delivering groceries.
There you go.
10 pounds from Jessica. Why did the toilet paper cross the road? To get to the bottom of things. Sorry, just trying to make poop jokes and it didn't come out right. I need to get my shit together. Erica loves poop puns. I don't know that's true.
No, they do this I don't know if you know this, Matt, but they do this every time. They come out of the woodwork, these cretins, where they just they inundate me in super chats with these puns about taking shits. And what kills me about this is it's the same joke every time. It's just worded slightly differently. It's the same joke. And they'll say it just like Jessica here 3 times in one super chat. It's the same joke. It's about shitting. It's about poop in the toilet. It's about how gross it is and how that's related to like being discombobulated or whatever. Same 3 jokes, but thank you for supporting the line, I guess.
That's right.
$100 from Red Shrek. Hi, Erica. Have you updated your views on homophobia? based off of the new findings from Rising Star Cave. Red Trek, first of all, thank you so much for such a generous donation. That is wonderful. And because of this wonderful donation, I'm going to let you in on a little bit of a secret. I have very strong opinions about hominoleti. My opinions have only grown stronger over the years because this hominin is so controversial. The team involved is very controversial, and how they've handled the news is so controversial. And what I'm going to tell you is that just this afternoon, I got off of a call that is going to eventually become a video with three actually, of the pretty big names in this controversy and who thinks what and why they think it, including some of the reviewers of the actual original hominoleti preprint. So I'm very excited to talk about my opinions. Do I think that hominoleti buried its dead? I don't know, and I don't think, and that's my opinion that's been maintained, and that's the consensus opinion. Nobody knows if these guys were burying their dead or not. Lieberger and his team thinks that they have very solid evidence that they most certainly did bury their dead. And for the reference, for those of you out there who may not know, hominoleti has a brain case size that is the same size, essentially, as Lucy. It is a small-brained hominin that has very, ape-like basal characteristics in that, their shoulders are very apey, they're very prognathic, the brain case is a pinhead, and yet we find them, and almost nothing else, in the inner recesses of this cave system in South Africa. So, Lieberger, paleoanthropologist, has come out and is saying that they've buried their dead, and that in addition, in order to get back into the inner recesses of this cave, they must have had fire, and then they made art on the walls, and all of these really stupendous claims that the paleoanthropological community in general does not think he has supported. And they have been ping-ponging back and forth on this whole, mess, is how I'll put it, for quite some time now. And the fact remains that the team has not, in my opinion, robustly supported. They've not, we talked about equifinality just today, right? It's like they have not taken that into consideration. They haven't checked off every box that these bodies could have gotten in there by flooding, that it could be, potentially, although I don't think this is true, I don't think that they've, strongly enough out or overruled, like put out the possibility that this could be funeral caching, or that they could have, crawled in there and mummified. Like, there's many possibilities that it could be that I don't think that they've done the legwork to fully exclude. But that has not stopped the team from doing some very interesting and very excessive promotion of this concept. And I have a lot to say about it, but I'm going to have to do it at another juncture. So to let you know, a TLDR, that's it, TLDR, too long didn't read. No, my opinions have not changed on hominoleti on the basis of this newest revised paper. And in fact, my opinions are being held even stronger than they were before on the basis of talking to the people who are perhaps like the best people to be talking to about this particular issue. More on that later.
I'm looking forward to that as well, because I don't know anything at all about this, but I don't want to. I never want to try to argue against someone's intentions or motivation, so I won't do it that way. But does this appear to be, like, I don't know where this would fall in our lineage or as a branch off a side of our lineage, but is the disagreement here whether or not a smaller brained hominid would have things like culture and art and mechanical knowledge? Would that dramatically shift our understanding of the timeline for us and when we started developing those things?
So that's actually a great question to ask, Matt, because when this thing was initially discovered in, the mid 2010s, right, when hominoleti was first discovered, the team was sure that this was the base of genus Homo, that this was the earliest member of our genus of genus Homo, that, it had a brain case size that was, the right size, it had smaller, more Homo-looking teeth, it had derived aspects or more modern aspects, the waist and down, but it still maintained some of these australopith features in the arms and in the hands. And then the dates came out. And we, as a species, Homo sapiens, was on the planet at the same time that this thing was walking the earth. It's about 250,000 years old. It's young. And yet it's this small-brained hominin that is being claimed to have buried its dead, and the loaded portion of that is burial, right? Because there's a big difference between saying our dead stink, we're going to throw them over here, and saying we're going to crawl into the inner recesses of the cave, where modern day humans, it takes them a very long time to get to the back of this cave with a lot of special equipment and with modern lights, because it's in the dark zone, that these guys crawled back there, dug a hole, right, with their hands or with tools, pulled a dead body in after them, put the dead body in the hole, buried it, and then left. That's a really big step, because the oldest burial after this is like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands years younger. This would put back the oldest burial by a long, long time. And so the question isn't, is it possible for Homo naledi to have buried its dead? Yeah, it's possible. It wouldn't even surprise me if Australopithecus engaged in some kind of weird, funeral behavior, because we know modern day chimps behave weirdly around death. They have a very different relationship with it than, say, your dog would. They have some understanding of their mortality, but what that is very difficult to pin down because we can't talk to them. So it's not surprising to suggest that it's not a problem to say that maybe Homo naledi buried its dead. But that's not what the team said. The team said Homo naledi buried its dead. And that case has not been accurate. It has not been effectively made in the eyes of the paleontological community. And when those preprints were published, by the way, they came out at the exact same time as a book written by the head of the team, and as a Netflix documentary called Unknown Cave of Bones. So it's really a weird, uncomfortable situation as far as like, my honest opinion, and I've expressed this in videos before, I know I'm going on about this, but this is a $100 super chat, so I feel like it's warranted.
Yeah.
My honest opinion about this is that I think that they looked at it and they felt like they had a decent case to make, but instead of doing, the typical strategy, which is wait a couple years and really make that case well, they were like, well, we got this deal with Nat Geo, we got this deal with Netflix, and we got a book deal. Let's rush it. Let's get it out, and we'll make, we're pretty sure we're right, so we'll validate it later. But paper after paper has come out since then by experts. And here's just another point that is important to make. Lee and his team, one of the main people that they cited to say that this was burial, because for something to be a burial, there's a minimum set of criteria, right? That it's like, okay, if it checks off all these boxes, it's probably a burial. And they got that list of criteria from Maria Martin Torres, who's, she does a lot of early Homo sapiens burials. And the first person who published a paper that said Homo naledi did not bury its dead, it was a paper going against the claims of this team, was written by that woman who they cited to say made their case. She was the one who was the lead author on the paper that said, no, you didn't. So it's not a good situation.
I have a whoops, I heard myself for a second. I need to apologize to everybody. So when Erica said our dead stink, there's so many weird little things that happen, and you think, oh, this is kismet, and this is, once upon a time would have been, oh, this is divine intervention, everything else. I mentioned that I had one more favorite quote from William S. Burroughs at the very beginning of the show. And I think since it's a $100 super chat, and because Erica mentioned the stench of dead, I will actually read you the Burroughs quote that I took down as my favorite for this. So here we go. The name is Clem Snide, and I'm a private asshole. As a private investigator, I run into more death than the law allows. I mean the law of averages. Here's a routine case of industrial sabotage, and the factory blows up, killing 23 people. Well, these things happen. I'm a man of the world, going to and fro and walking up and down in it. Now, death smells. I mean, death has a special smell over and above the smell of cyanide, chloride, blood, carrion, or burnt flesh. It's a gray smell. It stops the heart, cuts off the breaths, the smell of the empty body, the smell of field hospitals and gangrene. I got a whiff of it when Mr. Green walked into my office. I'll stop there, but it's from a William S. Burroughs thing, but I just love that death smells, because as someone who works with animals regularly, death absolutely has a distinct smell. If we walk into a room and a rodent hasn't been eaten, we can instantly smell it, and we can smell the difference between them. And you know what else has a very particular smell that Arden and I have discovered? Snake sex.
Interesting.
I
That's
can
not that
tell when our snakes are bred.
I feel like that's not surprising. I feel like both of those are very strong adaptive abilities, right? Like and I bet that's pretty conserved. I bet you want to be able to smell whether either of your own species, obviously, or like species that, use similar methods, right? Like I can imagine there's got to be a conserved aspect to that, and that's why you can smell.
Yep. All right. We got tons of super chats to get to. Thank you so much for that one. $20 in alleged money from Canada. Michael Freer, Matt, if life was discovered on another planet, such as been suggested strongly in the recent days on K218b, would that falsify most religions? I had discussions about this with a pastor when I was still a believer, and I'm not convinced that I don't think it would falsify most religions. I think that there would find a way to make it make sense. But a pastor once told me that from the viewpoint of his version of Christianity in particular, if there was life on another planet, then they are without sin or they are forgiven from sin, even though it happened here, and that God would deal with them another way because Jesus came once to die and blah, 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 blah. I don't know that there's any answer for the majority of religions or even for specific ones, but what I do know is that the religions that seem to do the best are good at adapting up to a point and then remaining rigid. And what the point that they need to adapt to is where they are now unfalsifiable and then never move a step towards falsification after that.
We got $9.99 from Darth Willow. I like the Family Guy versions of creation, where God creates the universe by lighting one of his farts. That is so true, Darth Willow.
$20 from Jeff Mason. Hi, Erica. I studied evolutionary biology in the late Dark Ages, circa 1980s, and I really enjoyed Stephen Jay Gould's books. Whatever happened with the punctuated equilibrium hypothesis? Can I?
By all means.
It's as nonsense as Noma, but I'll back off now because I might be wrong.
You're not okay. So you're not wrong on the hypothesis, right? Because the idea is that the punctuated equilibrium hypothesis is that evolution usually works in these quick jumps followed by stasis, and then quick jumps followed by stasis, and so on and so forth. So in that sense, you are absolutely right. Does punctuated equilibrium happen? Also, yes, right? Like after we see mass extinctions occur, or huge mass extinction signatures in the rocks, we also see enormous radiative evolution in countless clades which survive. So in those cases, you would see punctuated equilibrium, but punctuated equilibrium is not the rule. Of course, neither is gradualism. The tempo of evolution is something that changes. And this gets my goat, but I don't know why everybody's always so keen on being like, evolution always does this, or, genetics always does this, because it's biology, people. It's never going to work that way all the time. Like there's so few laws in biology, and they're all related to inheritance, right? And genetics and lines of inheritance. Other than that, you're gonna be hard pressed to find something that always works, because life is squishy, and that's what makes it cool.
And there's copying errors as well. As somebody who specifically breeds snakes to produce specific phenotypes, whether you get an allelic combination or a recessive trait or whatever else, there are also things that we end up calling paradoxes, where despite knowing what the genes are and the phenotype that's going to be presented, something else appears. Normally, it is the wild type, the dominant gene kind of taking over spots, but that's not always the case either. You can have chimerism and all kinds of things. We produced 3 sets of twins in the last year.
Wow.
So 2 snakes coming out of the same egg. There's nothing cooler than cutting open an egg or watching it pip and seeing 2 heads in there. But
That's
also
great.
there's nothing that's more stressful, because our track record with twins is bad.
I can imagine.
In many cases, only one of them survives to the point of actually getting out of the egg. On the rare occasions where they have, both of them have survived. We have a pair of twins in the other room right now, one of which has a slight spinal kink, but it is eating and it's healthy and it shouldn't affect anything else. So we're optimistic that they'll both survive. Another set of twins that hatched out a week or two later, wild to get twins back to back in clutches. One of the twins is properly fully formed and is still alive, but is very small and may not survive. It's just, you're splitting the resources of one egg between two animals and bad things happen. The other one was born without a tail. And we desperately wanted it to survive because it was complete and healthy and active and ended exactly at the cloaca. There was just a little clump of, and no tail. And I was like, oh, it might survive. It won't ever probably be able to reproduce or anything because, you don't have the storage for hemipenes or anything like that. And it made it, I think, 3 weeks and never ate. And then I found it dead. Snakes and other animals that have massive clutches, their evolutionary strategy, which they did not devise as an act of intent, but that evolved naturally, is to put out a whole bunch of animals. That way, some of them are likely to survive. And because snakes and other lizards are prone to parthenogenic reproduction, not only can snakes have clutches that are purely parthenogenic, and I have parthenogenic snakes in the other room that are the result of a snake producing eggs without ever mating. There are also lizards that do it entirely, but the prevalence of twinning seems to be increased among these animals. Their reproductive strategy is very different from ours. That was just me wanting to sound like I knew half as much as Erica about something in biology.
No, I loved that. That's so interesting to me. And also, it's a fun reminder because I'm sure there were a lot of people out there who heard you talk about a snake without a tail and they pictured just a head, but it's like snakes are mostly torso, right? Because it's all thoracic. It's all those thoracic vertebrae and their little ribs. And then at the very end, I don't actually know if they have any lumbar or if it's all caudal. You would know that. Do you know if they have any lumbar vertebrae or if it's all caudal?
It's still spinal.
Okay. So, and then at the very end, they've got their little tiny tail, their little caudal vertebrae that don't have any ribs attached. And then it's like, what's fun is that it's the opposite in eels. In eels, they're mostly tail. So that in an eel, which is, they convergently evolved that same serpentine, shape, but they're, hydrodynamic. They're like a head and then a little tiny torso and then all tail in the back, which is cool.
If so, someday you need to come down and hang out.
I need to come see the snakes for sure.
And absolutely. But you're going to lose your mind over a couple things. I don't know if you've seen our green forest dragon, but these things are amazing. They can change their skin color and turn their heads and stuff bright red. But the thing that caught me off guard is they have a body. Well, ours is basically about like that long right now, and it's only going to get maybe an inch and a half, 2 inches longer. But it has a tail that is like a foot and some change long. It's ridiculous. It's incredibly long thing. They're arboreal species. They're so, I'll shoot video later. They're cool as fuck.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Okay, what is this? $20 from Julia Overholt. Thank you, Julia.
$10 from Zereth Moonpaw. Have you heard the idea that Pleiades stories is one of the oldest stories in human history? 7 sisters, one gets taken, it runs away. 100,000 years did learn all the letters today from ape to chimpanzees.
I have not heard that. No, but it sounds cool and I'll look it up.
I'm going to have to, I don't know what that means.
I don't either. It's cool. It sounds cool though. I like it.
I'm not even sure I read it correctly. My apologies, Earth.
I read it along. It sounded right to me. $10 from Orange Laser. I hope for Shitubi's sake, Christians are wrong. He's lukewarm AF and primed to be spit out. I'm a former Christian and I'm still embarrassed by his approach. Shaking my head.
It happens. And quite frankly, I can't read people's minds. I know I pretend to on stage when I'm performing, and I'm pretty good at it, but I can't actually. And so all I can do is try to make inferences. I know for a fact there are a bunch of people who call in pretending to defend a belief that they do not actually hold. Some of them we can suss out really quickly, but the problem is there are so many Christians, Muslims, Jews, Scientologists, Hindus who identify with a label as if it were a club and know nothing about it, that some of them honestly call in trying to defend things that they've never spent any time trying to defend before. So just because somebody's bad at defending it doesn't mean they're not sincere in their beliefs. It just means that the defense is useless. But in his case, I don't think that was sincerity. I think that was, let me call in a call-in show and harass people. $10 from Pure Taco. I think Shitubi converted me to Christianity. He made a compelling argument. Just kidding, love y'all. Good job.
We got 10 Canadian dollars from David Axor. Oh boy. Gutsick Gibbons, do you think there's any real difference between great apes throwing feces at other great apes and poop jokes on super chats? If you had asked me this question, like a year ago, I would say no, probably not. But now I'm convinced that there is. There's a deep-seated, evolutionarily adaptive need for the audience of the line in particular to do this to me. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what the adaptive benefit is, but that's the only explanation that I have. Maybe that's a naturalism fallacy, but I don't care. That's what I got.
I know they do it because they heart you and they love your reaction as well.
I know they do, and if I was smart, I would just stop reacting, but I can't help myself because I wear my heart on my sleeve.
You need to react because it earns us money.
There's that
$10 too. Canadian. David Haxor added a little bit. At Puggles, hashtag Team Lux. Am I right? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. This is the hang up. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't pay attention to other shows.
We got $10 from Jamnik06. Jamnik is lucky, and I say this every time. Jamnik is lucky that the profile pic is cute, because what happens is I see Jamnik, I start getting mad because I know it's going to be a poop joke, because Jamnik always brings some poop jokes, and then I see the profile pic and I start to calm down. Well, in Shitubi's case, it's the overly sensitive part is the other end of its penis prick joke, not a poop joke. Yeah, I really do appreciate that. I do like the variety.
I don't think I get it, though. The overly sensitive part at the other... Oh. Okay, the life support system for the prick is what was overly sensitive. I got you.
Yes.
$10 from Orange Laser. Hey, I recently heard a theory, probably not, that Adam and Eve came from Mars and their escape pod was the meteorite that killed the dinosaurs, and that's why we have two Genesis accounts, Mars versus Earth. And that's why When Mars Attacks is a documentary as well.
Why didn't the person who came up with that call in? I want to talk about that.
Yeah.
That sounds badass.
It explains more than any creationist model I've heard yet.
Oh my God, I don't know how to read this. $20 from Mr. Okay, yeah, you do it.
$20 from Mr. Boricua 10. He says it in British. Oi, Shitubi. Tell me, why be so also to someone who's been absolutely lovely? Lead now. Those are absolutely friendly. Nah, yelling, making, ad hominem. What gives, bruv? What was uncalled for? Be better.
My God. British is just unintelligible. That's crazy. When you were reading it, I was able to follow along, but I would not have been able to do that. Oh, and the accent.
I think you would, so with a minute of practice, in much the same way you've seen those ones where they'll do like, if you can read this, it's because the human mind doesn't process every letter, it processes the word, so as long as the beginning and the end, it's the same thing here. I'm not looking at the apostrophes or anything else. I'm just having watched so much British TV in my lifetime as a Doctor Who and Blackadder fan and, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, oh, I know. Bleed now.
Yeah, that is, that's written British for sure. We got $10 from Weston Campbell. Hey, Erica, I may have figured out why you named your channel that. It's based off of claims of you eating fermented fruit, then walking around with your arms above your head like a gibbon. Yes, that is the reason. You hit the nail on the head, Weston. That's precisely the reason. By the way, fun fact for everybody out here, here's your freebie. Chimpanzees were observed specifically sharing fermented fruits the other day so that they could get drunk in the wild, which is very fun. And you know, I mean, we knew that they do this when, like, in certain circumstances, but it's cool to see them do it again. And you know, they're just so like us.
Yeah, and now that they're doing that, it won't be long until they start being homophobic.
Oh my God, I know. They're going to have to cross that hurdle. That's going to be a rough one.
$10 from Bobby Keniston. Listening to Erica always makes me feel better because it reminds me that there are smart people out there who are enthusiastically joyful about knowledge, both to be learned and to be shared. Amen. I agree wholeheartedly.
That is so nice of you to say. You know, I wish I could say that it was out of effort, but I kind of can't help myself. 100, what is this? Danish currency, DKK, from Adam Helt. Hearing Matt say he's happy and in a good mood really made me smile. As much as I love Gibbons for being cute little buggers, Erika is the best Gibbon. And one day, I'll look up what a bonobo is. You know what a bonobo is, Adam. I know you do. If you see one, you'll be like, it's those chimpanzees with the fucked up hair part, and you'll be like, oh yeah, I know these guys. They're awesome because they're matriarchal and super sexual and interesting. And you know, Matt, you made a joke about chimpanzees being homophobic. It would be chimps, and it wouldn't be bonobos because bonobos are so gay, it's insane. Like it would never be.
It makes sense that the one we're most closely related to is the one that's most likely to fucking be awful like us.
It's yes, and it's so close, but I'm fairly certain the chimps ended out by like 0.1%, but which sucks. But it is what it is.
$14.99 from Samuel Stone. Oh, I can't read that without. So John Prine is my favorite songwriter of all time, and he has a song called Sam Stone. Which is absolutely horrifically sad. And so, Samuel, if you haven't heard it, make sure you have a tissue ready. But I got into an argument with my boss, who then told me to be a man. At that point, I absolutely lost my shit and walked out of the store and drove home. Did I overreact, or is that to justified action? Sounds like being a man to me, at least according to our callers.
I was going to make the same joke. Yeah, I was going to say, yes. I was like, you understood the assignment.
Well done, Samuel. Thank you.
Yeah, $10 from Doobly Doop. Beautifully said. What did Adam name them? And if we don't know, what fucking difference could it possibly make to tell me that Adam gave them a name that we don't know, Matt? So true, Matt.
Sometimes I say stuff worth, I don't know, hearing, but not always. $10 from Kyle Gomez. Longtime watcher, first-time supporter. Well, then thank you a fuck ton, Kyle. Not quite a metric fuck ton. You get that on the second or third, or no, actually on the 10th, because we need to do everything in units of 10 for it to be metric. So, but although that's $10. Anyway, longtime watcher, first-time supporter. You both have helped me tremendously in my deconstruction process. Thank you, and keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Kyle.
Wonderful. Thank you. We have $10 from Tim Divini. Erica, have you seen the video of the grizzly bear crossing the road by a knockdown traffic cone where he pauses to look back and reset it into position? What's up with that? I have seen this. I've seen this clip. And I've seen many clips of animals, even like wild animals, doing very familiar things that just tickle me pink. I love to see it. I don't know why that grizzly bear did that. I could ask the same question about why, I have a boxer mix. I have 3 dogs, and one of my dogs is a boxer mix. And sometimes she lays on her back. She holds her tennis ball in between her paws, and she just stretches it as far up as she can. And then she'll sometimes just let it drop and catch it in her mouth. And then she grabs it and does it again and again and again. So why did the grizzly bear do it? Maybe it just wanted to. Playful, curious behavior is wonderfully adaptive, but not every specific thing has to be. So maybe it knew you were going to watch it and wanted to do it just for you too.
All right. I'm sorry, I just hit the wrong button again.
You just want to let that resonate for people.
We got super chats, and it shifted the whole page on me. There we go. $20 from eCool85. I would like to thank you, Matt, for modeling a consistent and sound version of skepticism and consistently showing a sound epistemology. Thank you. Once again, like Erica, it's just who I am. I don't really have a choice. Erica, I genuinely learn something every time you're on. Yes.
Do you guys know what I learned last week, which blew my mind? Wrasse fish, so wrasses and parrotfish and their relatives, these things use tools. No one told me that wrasse fish use tools, but they do. They pick up rocks to help them crack open bivalves that they can't open. And when I figured this out, I looked it up because I was like, okay, are they intelligent in a unique way? And as many of you probably know, mammals evolved intelligence in one way with our neocortex. Birds evolved intelligence in another way with a sort of different type of, they've enlarged different portion of their brain that does the same job as a neocortex. And then fish are doing it in another cool third way, which is so cool. There's just many ways to skin a cat. You can be smart in a lot of different ways. Just neat. $10 from Gorilla God King. Nice. My evil detector is if Mermaid Man goes evil somewhere nearby or not. That's true. That's a good way to do it.
I commented when they posted this because I was like, oh, Matt's not going to get that reference. I love it.
Yeah, Matt
I'm
was
sorry,
like,
I got distracted by two things at once.
This one's you, Matt, but I'll do it for you since you're busy.
Please,
1999 Home Fun Covers. What a great show tonight. Both hosts are on their A game. Some callers got something out of the discussion. Some will never get a clue. This is the type of show I love to watch. Thank you both. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Homespun Covers. And I'm glad you think we brought our A game. 10 Canadian dollars from David Haxor at Puggles, hashtag TeamLuxB6. I don't know what that means, David Haxor, but thank you.
He's doing inside jokes from TACIS that don't even really make sense at TACIS, but they're vaguely referencing something that happens there.
Well, I love that. I love intra-community jokes, even if I don't get them myself. So keep it up. Keep up the good work, David Haxor.
When I tell you later what actually distracted me, Arden will be upset and then happy, and then it's all good.
Okay.
Another 100 in a currency that I don't know from Adam Health. Wanted to throw out some love and appreciation for the mods. Always helpful, watchful, and insightful. Thank you so much for all the work you do. We appreciate it. Yeah, huge thank you to our mods and to our call screeners. It's Wednesday is my therapy. I show up here. You guys make my week better. I was already in a pretty good mood by the time I got here today. Very little is likely to faze me when that's going on, but you guys still managed to make it better. And by you guys, I mean the people who are sending super chats, the people who are asking questions, the people who are decent in chat, the ones who are engaging, the ones who are calling in and asking questions, the ones who are screening calls, the ones who are moderating chat, the lovely and talented, beautiful producer down the hall. Y'all make my life better. And so I'm thrilled with that. Thank you.
We got $20 from Mr. Boricua 10. Chris had such a good topic to discuss, yet mate went and ruined it. Wasted potential, damn it. So not satisfying. The Gibbons chimp fact, as Arden said, is the most interesting I've heard. Shauna, be better at this. Which chimp fact?
Oh, it was when you said the one about chimps like hand body language overlapping with babies. That totally fucking blew my mind. I was like, that's the coolest thing I've heard.
It's so cool. And now that you know it, you will see it everywhere. Every baby you see and every chimp video you see, you're like, that means the same thing. And no one sat these guys down and taught them that. It's so cool.
Now I think we just need to start locking babies up in zoos, is what I got out of that.
Right.
Okay,
exactly.
I'm going to read this next one. And there's a slight delay. There's always a delay between us and the co-host and everything else. But I'm going to read this one, and then I'm going to do a 3, 2, 1, and Erica and I are going to answer it at the same time.
Okay.
$10 from Daniel. Are birds reptiles? 3, 2, 1. Yes.
Yes. Okay, yes.
It's one of my favorite facts that most people don't get, and yes, they're reptiles.
When I saw this too, when you said that for like a split second, when I saw it, I was like, is this a trick question? What? And then I was like, okay, I hope not. Because I was like, they are. This is going to be really awkward if we mix ourselves up here.
I didn't think there was the slimmest chance that we weren't going to both say yes on that. I had a double yellow-headed Amazon parrot for a while when I didn't have any modern reptiles, snakes, lizards, etc. And I had to get rid of it. Actually, Arden has that parrot right now. It hated my ex-wife, so it had to go. But yeah, I remember. I don't remember the day, like Epiphany Day, when I learned that birds were reptiles. But the second I did, I was like, now shit just makes sense, you know? Oh, this model has a cloaca. This model is a fucking dinosaur with feathers, you know?
Oh, yeah. And, you know, what's cool about that is we all know that some birds are very, very intelligent. There's a big debate going on with the dinosaur people right now where they're trying to decide how intelligent tyrannosaurids were. And some people are proposing that tyrannosaurids, I guess I should say, but I think they mostly talk about T-Rex because that's the one that everybody knows, was like as smart as a baboon, which would be insane. Like, can you imagine being hunted by one of the biggest land predators of all time and it's got the intelligence of, and perhaps even the cruelty of a baboon? Like, that would be horrifying. And what if they use tools? That would be crazy. I mean, they have little arms, so they have to use it with their mouths. But if RAS can use tools, why not T-Rex? I don't know. I mean, I asked Darren Naish about it.
Crows are one of the smartest fucking birds I have ever seen. And I have there's a former fan, quasi-friend, who has a private zoo in Georgia, which I think is now public. But I got to go down there and, you know, he's got wolves and he's got skunks and binturongs and all kinds of stuff. And I get to hang out. But he's got a huge raven. And while ravens and crows aren't the same, they are both really good at tool use and some smart damn birds. So when you start talking about bird brain, you look really silly because some birds would show up some of our callers if they could actually talk.
100%. 100%. I think we missed the last one. I didn't say it. And it was for me, and it was a stupid pun, so I have to read it. $10 from Shauna Silverboat. And you're on my list too, Shauna, because you are also always bringing the puns to the party. But at least it's a primate. It's not a question. I know it's not because I saw the hashtag at the end. A primate question for Erica. What do you call a homeless primate in the woodwind section of an orchestra? An oboe, bonobo, hobo. But this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. You can't call it a good pun if you construct these outlandish scenarios to make the pun work, Shauna, and you know that. I've said this to you before.
This is cheating. But you know what? I'll let you pay to cheat. Another $10 from Shauna Silverbow. A fire broke out at a zoo in the primate exhibit. The frightened apes began throwing feces at the employees fighting to control the blaze. 5 zookeepers were hospitalized for third-degree burns.
Like at least it's better than the last one because the pun makes sense in the context and it's not so outlandish to make it work. So that's at least better. But it's got the poop, it's got the doo-doo in it, and it's also a pun. So I have to give you zero marks for this. Like this might be the worst one of the day, actually. $20 from Mr. Boricula. William can definitely benefit from doing good deep dive into evolutionary biology and abiogenesis. Man has it in him to pick apart Hovind, Ham, Comfort, and their ilk. Maybe they can tune into his frequency. Leonardo, do what?
Yeah, I'm confused. But $10 Canadian from Lost. Good show. Oh, except for the end. A little something because I like the end better now than when it first happened because I've rewatched it all. A little something because I'm happy for Canada. Let's hope this election result is a wave that will help the U.S. as well. Yes, I wanted, so because Erica was here today, I really wanted to push for creationism stuff because we don't get to focus on it enough. And the hang up has been politic heavy for many, many years. And sometimes I need a little reset. And huge congratulations to Canada. For
I hold the sentiment, but man, I'm envious. We got 10 Australian dollars from Puggles. Just a little love. Heart, heart, heart. Thank you, Puggles.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm a little slow hitting that button that I'm supposed to do. Why did it didn't click send that time? There we go. $10 from Brad Dittner. I want to know what Doug Stanhope line Leonardo was going to quote. Leo, write it in the chat. Go Packers. Okay.
Cool. Not me, but cool.
I have zero interest in what Doug Stanhope says.
Okay. Ray Gatto, I already know this isn't going to be good because I can see my pattern-seeking brain sees the word poop, and I just know. But at least the profile pic is good. Erica, your reactions to poop jokes and puns just eggs people on to continue, while you and Matt laugh all the way to the bank and keep the dollars. These silly chat sprays. Keep up the good work. Yeah, you know, like, I really wish that I wish that when I got off of here, I was like, heh heh heh. Those rubes. I fooled all of them into thinking that I hate the poop jokes and puns. And so that way they give us more money. And like, it's all like a clever, you know, plot by me. But no, it just makes me mad. Like, I find it irritating and you guys keep doing it. And it's nice that the money comes. That's a good perk. But that's like giving me a lollipop after my vaccine because the damage is already done to me psychologically. I already got the ouchie boo boo, and now, you know, the money it helps, but, you know, it still pisses me off.
You've got to stop thinking of vaccines as an ouchie boo boo. They're life saving.
I know, but and I'm not phobic of needles. I'm really not. I get my, you know, shots every year, and I have to get a zillion shots every time I go to Kenya. Well, not every time I go to Kenya, but every so often when I go to Kenya, I have to re-up some of my shots. And some of those hurt, dude. Like, I've gotten more shots probably than most people, but I hate getting them, and I am a little bit scared of needles. Not that much, but a little bit.
See, I'm not scared of needles. I've drawn my own blood, and I'm diabetic, and so I take insulin and other stuff. But I hated the air pressure injections. So when I was in the Navy, of course, you're traveling around the world, we would get a flood of injections at boot camp and then boosters at different times. And you have to keep everything up because you never know where you're going to be and what you're going to be exposed to. And in some cases, we'd have to get boosted. And that they would be doing they would have the little gun with the vial and it's an air pressure injection system. And it'd just be pa-chung, 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 one after another after another. And inevitably, the person doing the injections would get a little tired, a little sore in the arm, a little lazy, and do a little accidental swipe, and the air would just slice your arm open. And I hate that.
That hurts just imagining that. In the anticipation, I hate the anticipation part. $10 from Hypa and a cute kitty profile picture. Hey, Erica, there's a topic on chewed gum if humans were the only people or species that have intercourse for pleasure. I see the bonobos were one of the few. Could you elaborate, and do you know of other animals? Yeah, bonobos absolutely have sex for pleasure. In fact, I've told this anecdote many times on this show, on the line in general, that, you know, friends so all used to say that you could throw a cardboard box into a bonobo enclosure, and they all get so hype about the cardboard box because they're excited to investigate it, as, you know, many curious animals are, but especially primates, that they all just start having sex with each other because they're so excited that there's a cardboard box that'll blow off some steam. They'll have sex with each other, and then they investigate the cardboard box, and it's all, you know, hunky-dory. So yes, they absolutely do have sex for pleasure. But, you know, I think you could make the argument that if you have an animal where non-procreative sex is happening, that's considered sex for pleasure. And quite a few primates do that. Not just humans. So I don't know about non-primates doing it because, you know, my specialty is on primates, but I wouldn't be surprised.
If a dog humps your leg, isn't that them doing that?
I mean, I have no idea. Like, does the dog actually think that it's trying to inseminate your leg, right? Like, I don't know. And certainly I've seen, there are anecdotes of people who are like, they talk about dogs who are masturbating, right? And oh gosh, tons of primates do that, you know? So elephants, I believe, have been known to do that. Dolphins have been known to do that. So it's like sex for pleasure, masturbation, like this seems to be something that is fairly common in cognitive species, because if you're smart enough to be like, this feels good, then you're smart enough to be like, why am I only doing it under this one specific scenario? Why not for fun? And it has an added benefit for many species, for most social species, of lowering the tension. And so everybody chills out. You know, you get those little endorphin rush, and it increases the social cohesion.
Although dolphins are Dolphins don't
Yeah.
seem to, they're very smart, but they don't seem to understand consent yet. So,
and unfortunately for dolphins, they don't have those nice natural lines to protect them, like in bonobos or even in chimps. And actually in all apes, if well, maybe not orangutans because females are solitary, but in virtually every social primate, if a male tries to ignore consent, that doesn't usually go well for him because you have a lot of females that are living all together and they just will mob him, you know. And in the case of some primates, it doesn't even matter if the male is 5 times bigger, like in mandrills, they can kill him. So you gotta really.
Erica, plug your ears. Plug your ears. I'm going to read this super chat. You shouldn't read it. $20 from Regato. Erica, still have not seen the release date of the film Constipation because it has not come out yet, but we did see the sequel Diarrhea. It leaked out, so they had to release it early.
I don't know why I plugged my ears because I read it anyways. I was reading along while I was listening, and also I thought it was going to be like a loud noise, so it was instinctive. Regato.
You were so quick.
I don't know if it was you, but someone has made that same constipation joke 2 previous times, I'm pretty sure, on this show. So it's not even the first time. We're getting into the reruns, people. If you're going to be doing this, at least make them original.
You were so quick to put your fingers in your ear that you didn't hear the second part, which was, and don't read this. It was like, I was like, Erica, put your fingers in your ear. And she's just like, okay.
I read. I thought it was going to be a loud noise, and I didn't want to hear it. But then I don't know why I thought that when it was so clearly going to be something so much worse. $10 from Aslan77. I look forward to debating Buddhism with Matt on Sunday, confirming how it's better than secular humanism.
Sweet. I look forward to it too, since Buddhism is loaded with problematic things, including class structures and slavery and all kinds of things that I'll be here Sunday.
You know, I was a serious Buddhism enjoyer as far as like conceptually speaking, and I spent a month in Thailand in my undergraduate career doing research on civets. Actually, we should talk about this sometime, Matt, because I was doing research on civets, but the people who ran the research station were doing research on monocled and king cobras. They were radio tracking them, and while we were there, we saw many cobras. We saw some crates that they had that they were milking for venom. We saw some pit vipers. It was awesome. Very cool spot.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But I almost had a civet.
Go ahead.
There was someone in Austin 25 plus years ago who was breeding civets locally and had them at the exotic pet store. They're spotted, but they have ringed tails.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great Indian civet.
They cost a fortune, which is why I didn't have one. But I saw it and I was like, oh, I must have. And so to hear you were there doing research on, I don't know how I didn't know that before.
Yeah. What I was trying to figure out, it's an undergraduate research project. So I was trying to figure out, since civets are omnivorous, whether given the chance, they would take a greater risk for a meat food item over a fruit food item. So we had game cams and traps set all around. I had to do these massive walks every day in the Thailand central province called Nakhon Ratchasima in the forest there around Sakkara Research Station, which was lovely. I loved it, but it rained every day and it was miserable and also wonderful in so many different ways. That's actually turned me into the direction of studying primatology because I met a primatologist there. It was really cool. But the whole reason I was telling that story was because there was a Buddhist temple that was just outside the reaches of the forest that we would visit on the weekends sometimes. And I was like, yeah, Buddhism rocks. Like it's the chill one, But this particular Buddhist temple, they rely on donations from people who donate to the monks to feed them. So you bring food to offer to the Buddhists, to the monks who are there. And if you are a woman, you are not allowed to hand the food directly to the male monks. Men can do it, but you can't do it if you're a woman. You have to set it on the ground, and then they can pick it up from the ground. And I was like, why? And the answer was because it's a little sexist. that was it. It was it's a little antiquated in that sense.
Sweet. I just thought they were really cool. I didn't know a lot about them. I saw them and I was like, ooh, I want this. But it was like they wanted, I think this was 25 years ago. I think they wanted like $2,500 for one. And that's like, I don't know, 6,000 or 8,000 now.
Civets are, I would I would imagine they're hard to keep too, because they have big ranges. Like they move, they're nocturnal, and they have these large ranges, at least where we were. So I'm sure you'd have to have a lot of space for them. And yeah, they're adorable.
The person who was selling them basically kept them as cats in their house and even fed them cat food, and said they were thriving on a cat food diet and just let them run around their house. And I was like, do they use a litter box, or are you just cleaning up poop all the time? And they were like, no, you just have to clean up the poop. And I was like, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
Right. Yeah, I don't think so either.
So $50 from Red Trek. Matt, in Exodus 21, the biblical author allows Hebrews from owning other Hebrews. I think that should be allows Hebrews to own other Hebrews, although it is limited in Exodus 21. And in Leviticus 25, the author prohibits Hebrews from owning other Hebrews. I wonder which position Christians believe is God's actual view. So I don't know that Leviticus 25 expressly prohibits having other Hebrew as a slave. It has different rules for your male and female slaves and stuff like that, but I don't recall that it specifically. I think the prohibition is against owning them in the same way that you own other slaves. In Exodus 21, there's a different set of rules for Hebrew slaves that you have to let them go after 7 years or after 6 years on the 7th year, unless you trick them by giving them a wife and kids, and then they become that. But the prohibition in Leviticus 25 is if your brother becomes poor beside you and sells himself to you, you shall not make him serve as a slave. That, I think, the apologetic, I'm not saying what it actually means, or from my perspective, it's all fucking immoral. But I think the standard apologetic there is that there's a difference between owning someone as property and them being an indentured servant. And that the Leviticus 25 prohibition is if someone is working for you to pay off a debt, you don't treat them as a slave in the same way as someone who was sold into slavery some other way. I agree with you. It would be interesting to find out how Christians defend those things and what their views are, because I've literally stood in right before a debate with 4 apologists, maybe 5, but there were at least 4 apologists standing right in front of me who all gave different answers as to what the Bible's position and view was on slavery. And I flat out told them, you guys sort out what the Bible's actual position is. And when you come to agreement, come talk to me, because I'm not going to bat off 4 different versions of something. If none of you know who's right, you guys got to sort that out before you bring it to me. So yeah, I think it's an interesting point. I don't know the passage in Leviticus 25 as well as I know the one in Exodus 21. But Leviticus 25 and others is also where you get they are your property forever. You can pass them on to your children. They're in your inheritance, and it amplifies the difference in rules between Jews and Gentiles.
We got $10 from Jim Nico 6. They say there are many fish in the sea. Well, until I find someone, I'll just be standing here holding my pole. It's another penis joke, actually, adding a lot of diversity, I feel, to the super chats here tonight. Not a poop joke. Just you do get credit for that, Jamnik. I'm giving you, please enjoy the credit that I'm giving you for not making this a doo-doo joke. And I do like your cat photo. Every time I see that kitty who looks so tightly snuggled up to you in that picture, that's just cozy. That looks so cozy to me. I love a cat.
Jamnik owns one of my old guitars.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
There are others that are going to be available because I can no longer play. But $10 from Ali Shauna Silverbow. Where do primates get their gossip? From the ape vine. Why did the primate take its banana to the doctor? It wasn't peeling well. What do you call a primate flying in the sky? A hot air baboon.
I feel like there has to be like a search engine, or these people are using ChatGPT and they're like, I need puns related to this because this is so specific. It's such a specific list of puns. who's writing up the primate puns? Who's responsible for this? The twist here would be if it was me, right? Like I had like this evil past where I was writing like primate pun books, and that's why I hate them. But that's not true. So instead, we don't know.
So there's a website called Herp GPT, and it is a chat GPT specifically dedicated to reptiles. And it's in its fledgling state, and you can go there and read what it says about husbandry and everything else. Do not trust it. Do more than just ask Herp GPT or Chat GPT for husbandry tips, because predictive text is not how we figure out what's best for animals. However, I just went over to it and said, tell me a pun from herpetology. And it said, sure, here's a pun for you. Why did the lizard go to the doctor? Because it had a reptile dysfunction.
Oh my God. That's pretty good, actually.
GPT, yeah, I've heard that joke before. There's a t-shirt.
I've heard of reptile dysfunction as well, but like the fact that it knew that is, I mean, I hate it. I fucking hate it, but that's good for a ChatGPT. $20 from Andrew Sorensen. Erica, do you have any facts about something any type of ape does in captivity that they don't do in the wild? That's super interesting. Their dominance hierarchies are really weird. And try to escape for sure. Use a ton of actually, I have a not so fun fact for you here. There is a chimpanzee that is being kept in a zoo, and I believe it is in Korea, North Korea. So the conditions are abysmal. And this chimpanzee is the only chimpanzee currently known, as far as I know, to be an avid chain smoker. So he is addicted to smoking cigarettes, and he sits and smokes cigarettes like all the time. I think that's in North Korea, which I don't think any wild chimps are doing. I know you're asking this more in like a primatological sense, which what I was going to tell you is that dominance hierarchies are really weird. So if you put, two female chimpanzees in with a male chimpanzee, normally in the wild, the male would have a higher rank than the two females for common chimps. But you have two females in there, and the dominance hierarchy is just going to flip. Likewise, you can't put two males in with a female of pretty much any of the great apes that are larger bodied, because that creates absolute turmoil, which is why you'll usually see either a single male with a lot of females independent offspring, or for gorillas, or you'll see a bachelor group of gorillas, because they're fine with each other as long as there's not a girl around. But the second that a lady comes into the picture, they lose their shit. They're very much like teenage boys in that way. Most teenage boys, I guess I should say. Some are chill.
$10 in alleged money from Lena Feldevent. Bird can learn to read. This researcher has taught her parrots to read. Jennifer Taylor O'Connor. This raises an interesting question that we're going to have to probably save for another time. Yeah, animals are surprisingly smart and capable and can learn stuff. There's, to my understanding, and I should shut up very quickly because not only am I not an animal behavioralist or anything in the ballpark, there seems to be disputes as to what degree different animals can and do learn to communicate versus mimic. And then you not only have great apes supposedly learning sign language and birds supposedly learning to read, but you have these little soundboard things that they have for cats and dogs. And you'll see videos that are, oh, here's my cat telling me that it's hurting or that there's something wrong downstairs or whatever else. I don't know, and I don't know if Erica knows, to what extent we have validated their comprehension of what's going on and whether or not this is just complex pattern recognition and coincidence and whatever. It seems like an area where we need a lot more research, but if somebody's taught their bird to read, that's still cool.
That's super cool if they taught their bird to read. And what I'll tell you is that it's a fraught research subject, which is why the great ape, sign language studies were in some ways successful and in some ways abysmal failures. Kanzi with the lexigram, the board that he used was a lot more objective, which was helpful and moved us. And it showed us that for the most part, I mean, great apes can make a lot of connections and remember a whole lot of signs and meanings. And Kanzi was pretty good with grammar, but he wasn't perfect with it. But I think that all of this is in an artificial environment, right? Like we have to ask, like, how do they communicate with each other? Why are we assessing them on human language instead of assessing them on their own terms? How do they communicate with each other? Which is what's so cool about it, because there was a paper that came out 2 weeks ago that I actually have a video about coming out probably tomorrow, where they found syntax in bonobos. They found that bonobos utilize grammar in their calls to one another. And I thought previously this only existed in Campbell's monkeys, where Campbell's monkey would have a call that's, and I bring this one up all the time on the channel or on the show, but Campbell's monkeys are these, kind of dumb monkeys, and they'll have a call that's like, oh my God, predator. And then they'll adapt the meaning of that call with another call that either means from above, which means it's a harpy eagle, or from below, which means it's a leopard, which is like we call it like a proto-syntax. But bonobos do it too. Tune into my video on it because we don't have time to get into it now, but it's pretty cool stuff.
Would I be way out of line for saying that bonobos might be the coolest of all the primates?
You wouldn't be way out of line. No, they're super interesting, and they're like they're a lot of the good parts about humans. I think like they represent a whole lot of our really good parts and some of our bad parts too. They can also be horrible to each other, but not as much as chimps. $10 from Corey Springer. No poop joke this time. Sorry. Never apologize for that. Just a cat profile pic for Gigi. Those kitties are so snuggled up. That is so cute. Oh, an orange one and a black one. Oh. I have a black cat at my parents' house, and I grew up with orange cats, so I love them.
Orange cats are boys almost all the time.
Yep. And calicos are almost always females.
Yep. So in ball pythons, there is a weird sex-linked morph called banana, where
oh my God, I'm looking it up.
If it is banana in color, but it is sex-linked, and you will either have male-producing bananas or female-producing bananas. There are exceptions, as there are going to be for everything, but generally speaking, I believe that if you have a female banana give birth to a male, that male will be a female producer. And if you have a female banana, or if a male banana gives birth to a female banana, that will be a female producer. I don't remember the exact math on it, but
those are beautiful snakes. I just looked up the picture. They do look like bananas. They're so cute.
Honey, you want to get one of the baby?
I'll get the banana clown.
No, not. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's cool. Wish I had a banana clown.
Oh, you were thinking the younger one, the newest clutch?
Yeah, but the banana clown's better because it shows off more color stuff. But
okay.
$10 from Farron Salas, or Farron Salas, or however I'm going to mispronounce it. I just want you to know I appreciate this, and I apologize for my inability to say certain things. If Trump took a hero dose of some psychedelic, would his ego death experience tamp down his raging narcissism, or would his experience amplify his already intact God complex? I can't say for sure, but I don't think there's anything that we could do to his brain that would make it any worse at this point.
Yeah. That's so true. Because like sometimes I sit back and I'm like, what could he say next that could be worse? I can't think of it, and then the next day it comes to fruition. So it's like a monkey's paw. $10. Oh, SJL, you're another one of the regulars with this one, and I know because your profile pic is so cute, and that's the only reason why I don't reach through the screen and strangle you with my bare hands. No constipation jokes or diarrhea jokes anymore. Poop jokes here are regular. Yeah, like a normal shit. I get it. Awesome, SJL. Thank you.
Oh my
goodness.
So Arden showed up with both of them.
So cute.
This is a banana, but also there's some other genes in there, which we won't go into right now, but that's very close to just a baseline banana. It's a T-positive albino strain. So for albinism, at least in reptiles, there's a protein tyrosinase that there's two ways to end up as albino. One is to not produce that protein, and that would be T-negative albino. And then one is to produce the protein, but to have a defect that prevents the protein from producing melanin, and that T-positive albino. So that is one. This is a combination of the banana morph and the recessive trait called clown.
Also, he's got poop on him. I'm
sorry.
Oh,
Does he?
He's
pooped and walked through it. He like rolled in it before I picked him up. So
And at no
a little
extra
dirty.
charge. But
He's so
yeah, that's
cute.
a banana clown. So awesome. Let's hope I don't get
Oh, they're
poop on me.
so-
I didn't.
They're so
No,
gentle.
I think it's dried, but
I think that was Arden making a poop joke.
Ha ha
Maybe
ha ha ha. Wow.
No, it probably had some poop on it. That's
if
pretty
that's the
normal.
price if that's the price I have to pay to see those cuties, then that's fine. Because those guys are pretty cute.
I wish that the green screen thing hadn't screwed it up because the light's so bright right there, you can't quite see the color. But go to our Instagram, you'll find them.
When you held it close, I feel like I could see it pretty well. We got $50 from Red Shrek. Erica, any chance we get any new research this year on archaic humans in West Africa? West Africa is always a tall order because anytime that you're trying to investigate in West Africa, there's so few established field sites there that like just the work to get things off the ground is very difficult. And a lot of the really cool places have some areas that are like pretty tumultuous, politically right now. So I would not get your hopes up for West Africa, but I do know of some very cool discoveries that I hope will come out this year in Eastern Africa from people that I know very well. So fingers crossed, we'll see. But I can't say any more. It's mum's the word.
I want to find a way to. Granted, I'd need to get a passport and money and all kinds of stuff. I just kind of want to find a way to tag along to Kenya because there are the reptile stuff. Like we have a Kenyan zebra skink right now. There's all kinds of amazing, we keep African house snakes and there are a number of different varieties. And I'd love to go and see what's available in Kenya. But
honestly, Matt, where you need to go is Thailand. I saw more snakes in Thailand than I've seen anywhere else, just walking on the hot pavement, like right after the sun had gone down. It just herping, regular style herping. Herping in Thailand is a different animal. Kenya is also amazing. I mean, you see plenty of stuff, but it's totally different in Thailand. It's incredible. And
I'll go to all of them if I could.
Yeah, do it. I was there. I was in both places with a herpetologist, so it was really nice because we'd see a snake and they got to be like, "Oh, that's a blah 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 blah," and I was like, "It is? That's so awesome."
$10 from Soupy Dude. I need to master boyfriendry before I even attempt husbandry. Now that's a good little punish thing there.
That one made me actually laugh. It's cute.
You should not be punished for that pun.
No, that's a cute one. 20 Canadian dollars from Ayla Ursus. Have some Monopoly money and a sweet picture. Oh my God, that's a cat snuggling with a dog. That's so cute. Oh my God, and it looks like it's grooming the dog.
I think it is. It's hard to tell because it's small.
But that's so cute if so.
I have a $10 super chat I missed. I'm going to put through so it doesn't mess with your queue. But
okay.
There you go.
$10 from Daniel. Matt, that was accent was clearly Australian, mate. Crikey. That's not a knife. That's a knife. There's more of an oi in Australia than
Matt, I see you've played Knifey Spoony before.
Also, I pretended to be from Australia for an entire summer at Six Flags every Friday night, hoping that it would get me laid. It did not actually. I mean, I got some dates and stuff, but when I realized, I'm just pretending to be somebody I'm not, it bugged me. But yeah, I never claimed to be good at any accent. I jumped in to save Erika from trying.
Well, they would have been much worse if I had attempted it, I promise. I can do a few okay, but never on command.
I can do a pretty good Bernie sometimes. The 1%.
Oh,
the 1%.
Sweet Bernie.
It's easy. That's all you got to say. 1%. The 99%. I loved watching him.
All of the oligarchs.
What did he say the other day? I forget. Anyway, here we go with what's probably the final super chat of the day. Go ahead.
$9.99 from Kim Radford. Since the word atheist is so taboo, what word seems to be rising in popularity to redeem the non-believers? Just curious.
I have a take on this, and that is There isn't one, and there shouldn't be. There have been multiple attempts just in the decades that I've been involved with this community to redefine and label. Oh, we're not atheists, we're brights. Brights was one of them. But the problem with bright is it implies other people are dims. And so that didn't work particularly well. And every time someone comes up with a new label for the non-believers, it suffers the same problem. You use it, and then people ask you, what does that mean? And eventually you get down explaining, and they're like, so like atheist? And then you have to say yes. And so I'm here to encourage all of you to just own the fucking word. Whether you personally think you're an atheist, agnostic, secular, humanist, whatever, just own it. And if I had this argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson, not to name drop, but I called him a douche because he was disparaging the atheist label in part by saying he wasn't going to use it. And when we had a conversation, I was like, I should apologize because I called you a douche on the show, and I told him why. And he said, well, if everybody used the word atheist the way you would, I would use it. And I was like, great, Neil. But if people start using the word cosmologist wrong, are you going to stop using that word too? Or are you going to use your huge microphone to correct them on it? You should be doing that for atheists as well. And he said, you're right. You can tell your fans I said it was okay to call me a douche. And so I will. Neil deGrasse Tyson said I was all right for calling him a douche. But the reality is, use whatever label you are most comfortable with. Use the label that you are happy to explain. Avoid labels if you want to. But if you're an atheist and you're like, ooh, I want to try and find a different label so that I don't have to deal with that one, I don't know that making up a new one is any good, because the conversation's still going to come back around to the same thing. It's like saying, I don't want to be called gay. I don't want to be called trans. I don't want to be called black. I don't want to be called man. You get to decide how you're going to label yourself. But if you try to invent a word to avoid something and you're just going to end up right back there, I don't know what the point was. On that note, huge thank you to everybody. This was awesome. I had oodles and gobs of fun. Can't wait to do it again. Thank you to our call screener, to our moderators, to Arden Hart for, bringing in snakes and doing all the other stuff. I'm going to go wash the poop off my hands, and that's the last mention of poop for this episode. Erica, where do people go to find you other than right here on the line?
Come stay here on the line to see me on all sorts of stuff. I talk about stuff on Too Dumb. I talk about stuff here on the Hang Up. I'm sometimes on the Sunday Show. And of course, I am regular on Skeptalk. You can find me at Gutsick Gibbon. That's my YouTube channel where I talk about creationism and also other controversies that go on in and around paleoanthropology, be it debunking the race realists or the cryptozoologists or some of the homophobia stuff that's been coming out recently. And I talk about the least and greatest finds in paleoanthropology. So if you want to watch me sit there and grow increasingly erratic and excited while I read through a paper that most people would consider dry, you should check it out, because that's what I do a lot of the time. And I throw a lot of TikTok memes into my content to make it Zoomer friendly. So give it a look. And if you like it, subscribe. It's an easy, free way to support my channel. And also, by the way, to support the line. If you enjoy the show at all, please subscribe. I know it seems dumb and it's annoying when YouTubers ask you to do that, but it actually does help the channel and the algorithm suggest it to people who might actually also find it interesting. You can leave a like or a comment. That also helps the algorithm. And I know you're like, oh, that's so cringe to ask, but believe it or not, when you ask, people do it. So consider doing that. And of course, there are financial ways to support the line and many of the individual creators here on the line as well.
Roll those credits. This might be the longest episode of the Hang Up we've ever done, and I wish it was longer. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you guys later.
Of course it is. You
can go to linemerch.com and patreon.com/calltheline to support us. It'll pop up, right? Like, as soon as the credits finish rolling, there'll be a